Welcome, new and old friends. My name is 242, and today, 42 decided we should do a compilation. So, this is going to be older stories I have already told, and I hope this brings some gems that you missed the first time to light for you. So, turn off your lights, make sure your doors and windows are locked. Things are about to get spooky. At least my children will be safe in here, I think, as a metal grip tears me away from them and into the light. My God, how did a spider this big even fit into your ear? I hear a human dressed in white exclaim upon extracting me. Hey, don't forget to leave a comment and tell me what you think down below. Here to Help by You Late KH. The usually overly cheerful corporate spam notification washed over Scott's screen, interrupting his productive work. Introducing the new helpful bot. It gushed flaccidly. Scott moved to close the notification and ignore it, but decided he needed a break. He clicked on it and brought up the introductory email. HelpfulBot is an AI-driven, state-of-the-art chatbot, integrated into all of the company's major systems. Ask it anything. It can file service desk requests for you, begin the process to authorize purchases, whatever you need. The sky is the limit. The rest of the email was the standard, enthusiastic gibberish he had come to expect from the self-styled experts in the company's communication department. No wonder they sold so many defective products whose flaws had been remedied in the fields. At least it keeps me employed, Scott mused. Our firm's incompetence is certainly a growth industry. Oh boy, here we go. His coworker, Sadie, was cynically responding to the same announcement. The newest, the best, the cheapest. Make bad decisions faster than ever before. Scott smirked as he brought up the new HelpfulBot app. Let's see how well it works. What should I ask it? He had an idea. Hand me that piano, he typed into the waiting text box. Several moments passed. Finally, HelpfulBot responded. That would be a task for the service desk. Also, my records indicate that musical performance isn't part of your job description. Scott laughed out loud as he showed Sadie the response. Accurate, and yet completely meaningless. I don't know, Sadie worried. That response was close to being dangerously incompetent. You should stop messing with it. Aw, what's the worst that could happen? Scott chuckled. Hey, I have a good one. Once more, he clicked the text box, typing, Please, saw my legs off. He hit the send button with a flourish. It'll probably compliment me for being polite. Several seconds passed without a reply. Scott shrugged. Oh well, I think I broke its little brain. I need to get back to work anyways. He returned to the repair request triage. The door next to Scott beeped, then opened. He wondered who was visiting him. Suddenly, 3 shiny metallic droids walked in. One held the chainsaw as the other 2 held him down. The roar of the chainsaw drowned out Scott screaming as he helplessly watched his legs get severed only a few inches below his waist. Jets of blood sprayed forth from the blade as it tore meticulously through Scott's flesh and bone. As each leg dropped off, a bot cauterized the wound with a glowing red-hot plate. Scott could smell the burning of his own flesh, but he could register no additional pain. Finally, the bots finished their job and walked out with Scott's legs without saying a thing. Sadie gasped at Scott wordlessly, her and the room covered in blood and random pulverized bits of viscera. Before Scott passed out from the pain and the blood loss, he saw a notification pop up on his screen. Your request has been processed. Please rate our service. Every time I die, the world resets to the day I was born. So, I'm just letting you know that this time, I'm going to kill you first. If you're enjoying this video, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. A Drive into Darkness by Creepy Collaborative. Hey guys, I know it's getting late, but this has been heavy on my mind lately. My wedding anniversary is coming up this week, and I can't stop thinking about my beautiful wife. I'm posting this here as a warning and a testimony of the last time I spoke to the light and love of my life. It was a brisk November night. The trees rustled in the wind, shaking the last of their orange and yellow leaves, and she was returning from a long night at work. She worked the late shift at a convenience store that closed at 12 a.m. Generally, she only got the occasional long-haul trucker and a random teenager desperate for a new pod for whatever vape pen was the flavor of the month. She was also responsible for cleaning up the store and restocking the shelves that had been picked over during the day, so she headed home around 1 a.m. most nights. I was sitting on the couch of our tiny apartment, fiddling with one of those old Rubik's Cubes and watching Futurama, waiting for her to come through that creaky door and embrace me in those strong arms. I heard my phone go off and I saw her face flash onto the screen. She was so beautiful and had the most amazing smile. I gazed a moment longer at the picture I had snagged on a warm summer's day. We had gone to the beach for the day, eating lunch with the seagulls and watching the tide perform just for us. I squeezed her arm gently while we lounge-talked in the warm power from the sun. She gazed over at me and tickled me quickly before kissing me. I would give anything to be able to relive that moment even just one more time. I slid my finger swiftly across the phone and heard the click letting me know I had accepted the call, and began the final dance between my lover and I. She made the first move.
Hey, sweetie, I'm on my way. Can you stay on the line with me while I drive? I'm about 20 minutes out.
Sure, baby. How was your night? I said with a broad smile.
Oh, it was an average night. The drink delivery guy was late as usual, but other than that, there were only 3 creepy guys.
She said with a yawn. That's a new record. I laughed a bit.
What did you do today?
She said in a suave voice I so adored. I clammed up, knowing I spent the whole day smoking grass and playing the same Mario game from 2004 I love so much, taking breaks only to pet my sweet small black cat, and drank 1 soda more than I should have. Not much, I laughed, trying to change the subject.
Whoa, what was that?
She yelled, losing all charm, opting instead for fear. What's wrong, babe? I said, matching her fear, already quaking with the thought of losing my love.
Damn. I'm okay. All the lights went out. Every single light. Even the street lights. It's so dark. The highway is empty and dark. And it scared me. It just shocked me a bit and my eyes had to adjust quickly. I've never seen it this dark before. Even the stars.
She said, trailing off. Babe, are your headlights working? I said hurriedly.
Yeah. It just looks like a void in front of me. I can't see anything except the lines of the road. The last time I remember it being this dark, I was deep in the woods on a hunting trip with my Uncle Jimmy. I'm putting my hazards on,
she said meekly. Maybe you should hang up, focus on driving, I said softly.
No, I'm so scared. It will help calm my nerves to hear your voice, babe. I've never seen this much darkness. I'm about 10 minutes out.
I got up from the couch and began pacing my apartment. It's okay, babe. I'm here, I said, doing my best to keep my wife calm while she navigated the night to make her way home to me.
Okay. Okay, can you talk to me about something? Anything?
She said with fear. There are 1,300 plus species of bats, which make them second most common mammal species behind rodents, I said with a shaky voice.
There's more than one kind of bat?
As her sentence concluded, I heard a loud crash and a moment of static from the other side of the phone call. What was that? I said frantically.
Nothing, babe. I just turned onto our street.
She was already calming down. As she spoke, I noticed that her voice had been dripping in static. Oh, okay, baby. Well, I love you, I said, trying to cheer myself up.
Wow, it's dark here too. I can't really see the apartment complex. Can you flash the lights?
She said. The lights are on, babe, I said, confused.
The whole street is dark. Why didn't you tell me the power was out?
She said to me. It's not. Are you sure you're on the right street?
Yes, Michaela, I'm in front of the building. I'm getting out right now. It's so cold.
Okay, babe. I'll get a blanket from our room for you.
Thanks. I'm walking up the stairs.
I hurried to her bedroom and grabbed her favorite blanket. Anxiously, as I waited on the couch for her, phone pressed to my ear, like a lifeline to my partner. As I pressed my face into the fleece blanket, I inhaled the scent of pine and honey that brought me to my knees. I slipped into a memory. Cold water, logged hands gripped my dry, warm ones. I never cared for swimming. Angie loved the water, though. It was where she truly felt at peace. So, for our wedding outing, I suggested we go to the beach. She tore through those waves as if they were standing between her and an eternity of bliss. I remember every time she failed to break the surface of the water for too long, I felt my heart seize in fear and my toes would sink deeper into the sand I was lounging on. Every time, though, she would break the surface into 100 little pieces and then erupt in a boisterous laugh, the sunlight dancing across her blonde hair like a lit matchbook, illuminating her freckles like a constellation above us. She was my light, now lost in the dark. I heard a door click from her side of the phone and the creak of a heavy wood swing on its rusty hinges. I snapped my head to the navy blue door and searched for her large frame, but it never came to view. Only a cold gust of air greeted me. I shivered as my breath materialized in front of my face.
Babe, where are you? Can you light a candle so I can see you?
She said, fear heavy in her voice. All the lights are on. Are you in the right apartment? I said, jumping to my feet.
Yeah, of course. Where are you?
She said. I could tell she was on the verge of tears.
Michaela,
she said in a harsh whisper.
Michaela, where are you?
She said, clearly crying. I'm right here. Where are you? I said, my heart feeling like it was going to jump out of my chest and do laps around the apartment.
Michaela, what is that thing? Help, Michaela, help!
She was wailing by this point. Angie, where are you? I said as a metallic buzz I had heard earlier consumed the line, and then it went dead with a click. I dialed over and over again, sure I could reach her and sort this all out. Surely she had entered the wrong apartment building? 10 minutes of attempt calls went by, and I knew I was over my head, and Angie needed dire help. I immediately called the police, and they were over in a heartbeat. I told them everything, and showed them my call logs. In it was my accepted call from earlier and the 42 attempts to reach Angie I had made, all of which had failed. The police searched all along the highway she took to get home and all around the convenience store. They tore the apartment complex apart and questioned everyone. They thought they had found a lead when they noticed that the maintenance guy in the building had been taking pictures of us changing and plastering them all over his office. But Greg had a rock-solid alibi. He was in jail for peeping on some other lesbian couple. Go figure. The security footage from her job showed her minding the store like usual. Those 3 creepy dudes showed up 10 minutes before close. Everything was normal. The camera showed her getting into her beat-up Ford Focus and pulling away. The traffic cams showed Angie merging onto 175, but no traffic cams on any 175 exit ramp has yet to show her leaving the highway. Either Angie is still driving on that lost highway, or she's gone. I don't know where she have gone to. We never found a trace of her. I call her every day. She only answered once. It was our wedding anniversary, and I was more than a little tipsy. Despite this, I know what I heard was true. I was sitting on the same couch in the same stupid apartment, crying into the same stupid blanket I always did. That's when I heard my phone ring. I looked down to see the smiling face of my wife on that lazy summer day staring back at me. I clumsily darted to the phone and accepted the call. Angie, baby? I said, almost shouting.
Kayla, where are you?
I heard her soft voice call. Baby, please come back to me. Is it still dark? I said, like a lunatic.
Dark.
Was all she said in this low, metallic voice. As if on cue, the call dropped. The room was colder than it was before, and I swear I saw the lights flicker. I woke up the next day and checked my call log. It had shown a call from Angie around 1:12 a.m., the same time she reported the blackout. I told the detective on her case about the call, and the tired woman brushed me off. Interest in her case dwindled, and my Angie was just another missing woman. These days, I don't do much. I still sit around a lot, but most days, I can't get through sober. Another thing is, I'm terrified of the dark now. Every time I turn off a light, I swear I hear that buzzing, and it feels like something is slinking around waiting for me in that inky darkness. I wonder to myself every time, is it Angie? Or is it whatever she saw when she disappeared? What did Angie see that night? Was it a manifestation of the darkness, or something much worse? What waits for us on the darkest night when not even the stars are here to keep us safe? If you're driving alone at night and all the lights go out and the stars disappear, call your loved ones. You're about to go somewhere no one will ever reach you. And if you do, say hi to Angie for me.
Kayla, where are you?
I was busy on my computer working when a message from an unknown number popped up on my phone. It read, "I really like how your hair is up in a bun as you work." I was waiting in line at the doctor's until some jerk decided to cut in front of me. Even with all the doctors around, no one can stop that much bleeding. If you're enjoying this video, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. Count to 10 by Raymond Beeman.
When there is fear, you must not fret. Fear is just a name for what has not happened yet. When it is dark, things may seem scary, but just count to 10 and you will see that they are all just imaginary.
My brother used to repeat this mantra to me when we were just children. My mother died of a horrible illness when we were young, and it didn't take long after that for my father to become distant. Really, growing up, me and my brother only used to have each other. I remember being so young. After my mother left us, everything seemed so scary. During thunderstorms, on nights where the wind and the rain would seem to take on an entirely different form, my imagination would, as young imaginations do, run away with itself. My father was no longer able to offer any kind of reinsurance, so naturally, I would seek shelter in my big brother's room.
Do not worry,
he would whisper as I sank into the bed with him, pulling the covers close to my face in an effort to shield from the creepy darkness of the storm.
Just count to 10, Nancy.
Since then, even now that I'm on the cusp of 20, his words have still lingered on. I'm unashamed to say that I have counted to 10 many times in the subsequent years since then, and every time I do, I feel like that small, scared little child hiding from the rain. The night it happened was no different. My father did not last long. The years following my mother's passing were nothing more than a massive binge for him. He began to indulge heavily in alcohol, far too heavily. The day that his liver finally decided had enough was the same day that he called us into the hospital to see him.
Josh, Nancy.
He spoke softly.
The house will be yours.
That was the only fatherly thing my father ever did for us. A few days later, he was gone. Now, I'm 19. My brother and I have lived happily ever since. After the house passed to us, we no longer had to worry of a roof or a shelter. We managed to sustain ourselves, our jobs paying for all the small amenities that our lives would inevitably require. One day, my brother brought me a small pocket knife. It was a small blade, its handle nondescript, but the blade adequately sharp.
I cannot be with you all the time,
he told me, handing me the small object.
And I need to know that you are safe, even when I am not with you.
Although I was no longer that scared little girl running from noises and flashes of lightning, it still felt comforting to know that my big brother was still my protector, that he was still my light in the darkness, my night. The evening that all happened was like any other. It was a Friday, and my brother would be away overnight for a party. I would have the house to myself, and I have to admit that after a hectic week at work, I was looking forward to nothing more then a glass of wine, quiet solitude, and, of course, a nice, hot bath. I had already poured the glass, and it sat waiting patiently for me on the sink next to the tub. I moved through the house, latching closed the front door on my way to grab a fresh towel. I quickly retrieved one, and a few moments later, I had undressed and had already sunk back into the warm, inviting waters. An unmeasurable amount of time passed, my mind blank and my body relaxed. The wine went down smoothly as the tension from my week gradually drifted from my body, escaping into the warm waters around me. The candles I had lit aided in my relaxation, their flames flickering slightly within the darkness of the room. My phone had been vibrating for a while now, but I had barely noticed as the calming sensation had claimed my mind. It vibrated straight through the call before I even had a chance to sit up and retrieve it from the shelf in front of me. I picked up the handset with my wet hands, and the screen lit up in response. It was Josh. Just as I was about to return his call, a noise claimed my attention. It was small, a distant rumble, originating from somewhere out in the emptiness. It was thunder. It roared quietly in the distance at first, obviously originating from a few miles away. It did not take long, however, for it to close the distance to my home, and before I knew it, Mother Nature roared loudly above my head. In an instant, I felt like a small girl once more, alone in the darkness, lost without hope. I felt my heart quicken as the irrational fear took over. "It's just a storm," I said aloud. My words sound less than convincing. "It will pass." After a few moments, I realized that my anxiety was not lowering. My bath time was clearly over. Fate had decided that my relaxation had obviously come to an end. Defeated, I climbed from the bath, dried my body, and quickly redressed. As I opened the door to the bathroom, I quickly realized that my house was not exactly as I had left it. All the lights, which I had left on before entering, were now switched off. The hallway was pitch black, and the darkness seemed to cling to every wall. I felt my heart once again quicken in pace as a surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins. What the hell? The air outside was thick and foreboding. As reality set in, the house was now wrapped in a blanket of darkness, and I was alone, with nothing but the silence and my own labored breathing for company. "It's just the fuse," I managed to think through the haze of fear, grab a candle, and check downstairs. It was a simple thought on the surface, a simple task that would require a simple touch, but simplicity had long escaped me, displaced somewhere amongst the shadows which had managed to infest every wall. Somehow, I managed to will my legs to return to the bathroom, where I retrieved a candle, bringing its delicate light back out with me into the cold darkness outside. The candle performed amicably. It partially lit my way as I moved towards the staircase. However, it proved a little too efficient as it beautifully lit the muddied footprints on the top step. I instantly froze. For a second, I struggled to comprehend the image. Dumbfounded, I turned, following their path to their place of origin. They seemed to originate from my room before leading into the hallway and finally down the steps before me. as I glanced down the incline of the stairway, down into the darkness which lay beneath me, the horrid truth slowly dawned on me. Someone was in the house. My body began to tremble as realization set in. Someone was here, and they were downstairs, and I was completely alone with them, trapped in a locked house with no means of escape. The air felt thick and rancid as I struggled to maintain my composure. What do I do? My phone would have been the most logical step, but logic has a way of betraying you when you are presented with a situation so utterly terrifying. It would have been sensible to move back into the bathroom, to lock the door, and to call Josh for help. But sensibility is the first commodity to betray you during a storm. Without cause, without reason, my mind remembered the pocket knife. I knew where it was. It was not far. I had kept it close, just as my brother had asked of me. It was in the drawer on my bedside table, carefully stored there since the day that Josh had bought it for me. I could get it. It was close. I just had to be quiet. Thunder clapped loudly outside the window. Although it was deafening, it barely canceled the sound of movement coming from the floor below. An intruder was definitely down there, creeping around in the shadows, waiting. Softly, my feet began to move, guiding me quietly into my room and towards the drawer. As I moved, I noticed the open window in my bedroom, the wind gushing through, drawing my attention to the point of entry. My brain barely registered this fact as I carefully opened the drawer and retrieved the knife which lay within. Slowly, I pushed the wood back into the table and crept back into the silent, black hallway outside. As I did, another sound of movement below claimed my attention. There was shuffling. Someone was definitely moving downstairs, and very carefully by the sound of it. I quickly realized that this was a burglar. The lights had clearly gone out, and someone must have mistaken my property for an empty home. The reason for the intrusion, however, no longer mattered. I was in danger, and I had to act in order to protect myself. I carefully unfolded the blade on the knife as my bare feet made contact with the cold, wooden stairs. There are no words that can be used accurately to describe the pure terror which ensnared my mind. With each step, the fear grew. It coursed through my vessel, woven throughout my body, boiling my blood and burning my soul. The knife shook in my hand as my mind drifted back to those nights so long ago when I would seek the comfort and protection of my big brother. Just like those nights, and just like all the years which came after, I began to count. 1. I carefully took another step. 2. More steps. He's still there, waiting for me. 3. I slowly lower myself down another step. 4. A flash of lightning illuminates the figure below. 5. My heart threatens to burst from my chest. 6. My hands are shaking violently. 7. I'm almost at the bottom. 8. He's hunched in the corner. Do something. 9. He has his back to me. I have to act. 10. The blade sinks into the back of his neck with little effort. The blood was instant. It gushed forcibly from the gap in the wound, shooting straight from the fine space in between the gash and the blade, which remained stuck in place inside the intruder's neck. I instinctively moved backwards as the assailant began to thrash around in surprise, knocking several objects from their resting place and smashing a vase which once sat precariously on a nearby shelf. My mind became numb as the scene unfolded before me. He moved around the room for a few seconds, desperately seeking for a surface to cling to, for an object to steady himself with, but he found none. After a few more moments of flailing, he collapsed heavily onto the floor, face up and eyes wide. Whole body shaking, I instinctively stepped towards him, a bolt of lightning illuminating the room as I neared his final resting place. As the sharp shot of light filled the room, my heart sank as a tear fell heavy from my eye.
I was worried.
My brother gargled through the thick blood which had begun to ooze from the newly gaping wound.
I came home.
He continued to gasp for a few more moments as the sound of him choking on his own blood filled the small confines of the room. He splurted and he fought, his breath becoming strained and quick as he desperately sucked on each last breath, until finally he took his last. His chest ceased to rise, but his eyes remained open, locked permanently agape on his last horrifying moments. And all I did was look on, my actions misplaced and the consequences almost too much to bear. As I watched on as the last remaining light extinguished from my life, I knew that I would be forever alone, and the realization was one of absolute, soul-wrenching terror. A lengthy investigation followed that night. The police were sympathetic, and they eventually understood the circumstances surrounding Josh's death. Ultimately, it was labeled as an accident. They went on to explain that his friends had verified that at the party he had expressed concern for me being at home alone, and had diligently decided to leave early. Upon returning home, he could not gain entry as I had latched the front door closed. He did try to call me, as shown by the call log stored on his phone, but I had not answered. Once the storm had begun, he had drunkenly decided to gain entry into our home by climbing the trellis just outside my room, as he knew that I always left my window unlatched. The power being out had just been a cruel twist of fate, as it was decided that he must have been trying to fix the issue at the moment I had mistaken him for an intruder. It was then that I knew that at that moment I killed him. At that moment that I had robbed my protective big brother of his life. That he was still trying to be my knight. He knew the darkness still haunted me, even though I pretended it did not. He knew the storm would still get under my skin. That night, he had just wanted to protect me, and for all his nobility, he no longer lives. The storm does not scare me anymore. I've seen something much darker. Since that night, when Mother Nature emerges from her slumber and the wind and the rain threaten to invade the confines of my home, I barely flinch. For in that moment, and every night since, I see his face. I relive his final gasp. I'm imprisoned by his fixed and open eyes. In those moments of solitude when I am trapped by my actions and encased with regret, I simply begin to count. But I can never get to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. She was a great actor and always tried to make her pranks seem real. So the fact her suicide prank has been going on for over 11 years doesn't faze me. Aren't they beautiful? I said to my girlfriend, laying back, gazing at the sea of stars above. I heard a sharp inhale next to me as my girlfriend was filled with unimaginable fear, and she spoke. Their eyes. If you're enjoying this video, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. Love's True Price by Kat Lionheart. Una had been studying magic in Dane for over 20 years. She had always figured that with her greenish hazel eyes, long jet black hair, double D-cup size, pale skin, and goth witch aesthetic, she would not have troubles finding someone, so she had always concentrated on her magical studies and pursuits. However, after her last boyfriend had turned out to be little more than a fuckboy, all she wanted was a capable, big-titty goth girlfriend. She was done trying just on her own. She finished putting the finishing touches on the small doll she had made with a knowing smile. There, she said out loud and to herself. With this and the catalyst, I'll be able to attract my one true love. She held the nondescript human-looking doll in her left hand as she ran her right hand down her nude body into her lower bits. It took her only a few moments to retrieve the first catalyst. She smeared the fluid on the doll. Of myself, I give for lust and sexual attraction and compatibility. She laid the doll on the pre-prepared altar in front of a fire that was to be its fate. She traced a line over her chest, starting at her heart, to her left ring finger. She took out a diabetic lance and struck the side of her left ring finger. Blood formed the heart given freely to find true and stable love. She let a few drops fall onto the doll. Of myself, I give to find the one meant for me, she said, picking up the doll. She channeled her magic to activate the catalyst. Blood from the heart, liquid from lady part. Do my bidding. Bring me the one who is truly fitting. She finished the chant and threw the doll into the prepared ritual fire, sitting in a cast iron pot, long since ruined. The fire flared and turned a crimson red before softening to a pink and returning to normal before going out without a trace of the doll's remains. Then, nothing. Well, I don't know what I was expecting, but I expected something, she thought to herself. Guess I'll have to go visit the graveyard and give it time. At the very least, I need to put a bra on. My back is starting to hurt. She got dressed with a black shirt and a medium-length side skirt with leggings and shoes. Secured and dressed, she headed out. Arriving at the graveyard, she turned off and exited her car. She scanned about the area before she locked her car. She strolled through the graveyard among the tombstones. The day being a pleasant spring day, the sun overhead. It was peaceful there. There were no living people she could see. and only the transit spirits about, none of them earthbound. Yuna glided among the headstones, solemnly touching some, wondering who the people were and what their stories were. She stopped by the graves of her extended family for a minute to speak and reflect. She lit an incense stick and placed it on the joint stone above the grave of her parents. Mom, Dad, ancestors of old, I am lost. I have studied magic long and hard for many years, but I am alone. I can't find anyone to share my life with. Our line will continue if not through me, but I personally need guidance, help. I don't know. I feel the kind of loss that not even magic can help. I just need guidance. We all feel that way sometimes. It's a danger of being alone. A voice behind her said gently. Yuna turned slowly to see a female spirit. She appeared young, in her early to mid-20s. Long, flowing brown hair, green eyes, and wearing a simple white dress that goes well with her average, no-muscular figure. So it seems, she replied thoughtfully. Who are you? The spirit tilted her head, thinking for a moment. Long has it been since I needed a name, and I do not know any of my previous ones you would know. My last was Lisha. That should work for us, I think. Yes. Let us use Lisha, she said with a small curtsy. A pleasure, Lisha. I am Yuna, she said with a soft smile and a curtsy of her own. Walk with me for a time, Yuna. Yuna looked at the incense stick, and it was burned out. She picked up the stick and scattered the ashes to the wind. Sure, she replied, following behind Lisha. So, you feel lost. Tell me of your troubles, if you would. I feel as if I'm destined to be alone. I long for companionship and for love, but have yet to find it. I know it's it seems silly to me to even say it, but that's how I feel. It hurts, Yuna said, surprising even herself as she said it. I know the feeling well. In several of my lives, I have known and felt it, once dying of it. In my last life, I married someone out of fear of such feelings, Lisha said in a slow, thoughtful words. Were you happy? Yes, reasonably so. I was never lonely. I was surrounded by family, and my husband loved me and was always by my side. I did sometimes wonder, though, if I had stolen his happiness and someone else's out of my fear, however. There are some things even spirits do to get the answers to. You should leave now. If you linger here much longer, you'll invite problems for yourself. Feel free to return another time, however. I will be here. Oh, okay. And, thank you, Yuna stammered. She knew better than to argue with a spirit when they gave advice and quickly made her way back to her car and left. Over the next few months, she returned more and more frequently to speak with Lisha, finding herself drawn to her, until one night, after a particularly amorous dream, it hit her that she was either bi or demi. And furthermore, whichever it was, she loved and wanted Lisha. She went the next day to the graveyard to confess to her. Yuna found her in the same spot as ever, just a bit removed from her extended family's grave. I have wanted to see you and to speak to you. I know. Then, do you know why I have come? I suspect yes, but I want to hear you say it out loud, and I wish to make sure. Yuna sighed, blushing ever so slightly. After many an hour spent with you, I have come to realize that I love you, and I want to be with you. It is as I thought, Leisha said with a slight sad tone. Is that a no? You do not know what you ask nor seek. I am dead, after all, chief among reasons why it is not the best of ideas. I don't care. I want and love you. You won't let this go, will you? Yuna shook her head. Will you accept the potentially horrible consequences? Leisha pressed. To be a witch means making choices and living with them, good or bad. So be it. I admit, I am very fond of you as well. Were I mortal, I dare to say I would love you. About that, what if I could bring you back? You realize I would come back as the last human I was, and not the person you know and love now, correct? That may not entirely be the case. If I directly brought you back to life, yes. But if I just made a new body for you to inhabit, it would shape itself to your projected spirit image and would allow you to retain who you are now and some of your memories. Enough as a human again, you would not notice the difference. Quite the forbidden art, you know, Yuna. Yuna smirked. I like to think of myself as well versed. As you say, if you wish it, I will do it for you, my sweet Yuna. I will return tomorrow at 3 a.m. I will be here waiting for you, same as always. Yuna read the ingredients of the average human body in her head needed to take them with her before leaving. Water, 35 liters. Carbon, 20 kilograms. Ammonia, 4 liters. Lime, 1.5 kilograms. Phosphor, 800 grams. Salt, 250 grams. Saltpeter, 100 grams. Sulfur, 80 grams. Fluorine, 7.5 grams. Iron, 5 grams. Silicone, 3 grams. And 15 traces of other elements. Something struck her as off. Wait, no, that's the recipe for a mother, not a wife, she said aloud to herself. Ah, wrong page. She thought to herself, this time turning a few pages into her book. Oxygen, 73 kilograms. Carbon, 16 kilograms. Hydrogen, 7 kilograms. Nitrogen, 1.8 kilograms. Calcium, 1 kilogram. Phosphorus, 0.78 kilograms. Potassium, 0.14 kilograms. Sulfur, 0.14 kilograms. Sodium, 0.10 kilograms. Chlorine, 0.095 kilograms. And magnesium, 0.019 kilograms. Check and check. She loaded each of the ingredients into her car, as well as a blanket and some clothes and various other supplies for the rite she would need. When she was packed, she set off to the graveyard. Yuna drove to the graveyard and set up preparing a ritual circle and laying out the ingredients into a pile. Setting the blanket and cloth off to the side, she met with Leisha while saying up, Does not look like any human I've ever seen. I suspect science has advanced further since your last life. The human broken down into most components and not assembled in this. Magic will take care of the rest, Yuna said with a confident smirk and a wink. As you say. Are you ready? Is it hard to wait to have you in my arms? Yuna said, biting her lower lip slightly. Yes, I am ready. Yuna undid her bra, slid down her panties, and let her black dress fall silently to the blanket and began the rites. As a mother births a child, life begets life. I am the spell mother and this new being my spell child. I offer my blood as payment. Yuna took the vial of her menace mix with a small amount of reservation fluid to keep it liquid and fresh and dumped it onto the pile. She set the vial aside in a special container for waste material and picked up her Athunme. Life begets life, and I spark the life and magic with the offering of my heart's blood. She slid the tip of the veil into her arm and slit her wrist, going down a full inch, opening her veins on her left wrist. Her arm was overcome with pain. It felt as if she was bleeding fire as her veins were exploding to air. As soon as enough blood hit the pile, the whole ritual circle glowed a ghostly light blue, the magic of the ritual lifting her a foot off the ground and enveloping her body in the same ghostly light and lit the circle. It instantly mended the wound on her arm as she opened her mouth to scream energy and light erupting from every orifice she possessed. Leisha found herself forced into the circle, unable to leave. The light hit her and began to burn. She was on fire. She burned with light, blue, ghostly fire, and wrecked with pain as Yuna lay unconscious. Leisha was helpless, screaming as she burned. Slowly but surely, as the fire consumed her body, she seen patches of flesh, real, living flesh. Her spirit body was burning off to give way to a human one, and that was the last thought she had before passing out herself. Yuna woke first, naked and cold, and found an equally naked woman beside her. "Leisha?" she said, struggling to move towards the woman. She slowly sat the woman up and held her, cradling her head. "Leisha, is that you? Please wake up and say something, anything." "Yuna?" Leisha said, waking up and opening her eyes. "Leisha?" Yuna almost squealed. She stared at Leisha's face and thought something more than normal seemed familiar, but before she could say anything, Leisha stretched her head up and kissed her passionately. Leisha stood up and offered her a hand to Yuna. Yuna took it and Leisha helped her up, and with a predatory look in her eyes led her to the blanket, and they embraced as lovers passionately for 2 hours right there. Still breathing heavily and unable to walk just yet, Yuna was the first to break the silence. "There is still something I can't quite shake. It seems like you are more known to me than you should be, and something about you I'm just drawn to even more than normal." "Have you not figured it out yet, my love?" "I have no idea what you mean." "Does the family name Murphy mean anything to you?" "Wait, so your name is Leisha Murphy?" "Yes." "And you're buried near my extended family?" "That is right, Yuna." "So what is the logical conclusion to this?" "You are my great, or perhaps great, or even further back, maternal grandmother?" Yuna with a bit of shock in her voice. "That's right. I thought you knew, or would have figured it out by now, my love. Do you still love me?" Yuna smiled and gave Lashai a passionate lover's kiss. "I do. You know, there is a saying in some groups I hang out online." "Oh, and that is?" "Incest is wincest," Yuna said, licking her lips seductively. Hiking is fun until you accidentally stumble across a group of people in the woods doing some weird ritual thing. Good thing I was on the cult side and not the poor guy that got captured for sacrifice. My father, the abusive bastard, taught me that you never know just how much it will take until someone finally snaps. His torso and legs are now almost twice as long, so I pushed just a little more on the gas, hoping the rope around his waist and the ankles don't rip before he does. If you're enjoying this video, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. I finished my sophomore year. I don't think I'll live to be a senior. By Blake Blizzard. I just graduated my sophomore year in high school. I don't think I'll make my senior year. My town celebrates a unique ritual every year. My name is Andy. I live in a normal small town besides the yearly event, which I will explain very soon. I do normal things, I have normal friends, we play baseball, we go to the movies, you get the point. I'm putting this story out there because I think it's time for everyone in the world to know about my town's unique ritual. My school is decently small. My graduating class will be somewhere around 100 or so people, and at the end of my junior year, which is tomorrow, we will all be taking part in a miles-long walk. I know, doesn't sound that bad, right? I can tell you that it will be. I can't tell you exactly why because I don't know much about the thing. Part of the tradition is the victors of this walk do not divulge any details about what happens. We've pieced a little bit here and there, but largely we are in the dark. I've spent a lot of time thinking and worrying about this, and it's happening soon. So much for my summer vacation. Summer's out, as Alice said, the final bell has rung, and I'm sitting in the parking lot of my school. I'm officially a junior, as long as I survive the summer. The walk starts on the last Sunday in June. At least they give us a couple of weeks to enjoy the summer. We all think it's strange that the walk is after our sophomore year and not junior or even senior year. I suspect the creator of this event doesn't want kids to stress out about the walk in their senior year. Just a guess. Briefing is in a week. Okay, me and about 99 of my classmates were just told a little more about what I will now call the last walk. I know it was going to be bad and people would die, but I just didn't know how scary this would be. The council basically just said goodbye to us because they don't know how many will survive this walk. The basic rules are as follows. You can bring whatever you want. You can run if you want to, but you should conserve your energy. Prepare for being out in the elements for a week or more. Time moves differently when the walk starts. We also can't stop moving, only to evacuate, they said. There will be no need to sleep. The only thing they physically gave us was a little sheet of a notepad paper with the different areas we would be walking through. I'll go through those as I attack the walk, and that's pretty much it. They will bus all of us to the starting line and let us go on our way. First one to cross the finish, whoever that may be, will win. The prize, they said, is surviving, and they hinted that there may be another surprise for the winner. One more journal entry before I lay down for the night. I doubt I'll get any sleep, as tomorrow at daybreak begins the walk. You might be wondering what I'm most worried about. I am too. I want to document this, not only because I might not survive, but I want posterity for this. I'm not against the walk, but I don't completely understand it either. I've talked with numerous survivors and victors from my town. To be clear, you can survive and not be the winner. There will be many survivors, but just one winner, like any race. But there will be fatalities. That's what we don't understand. What is out there? What is waiting for us on our potential last walk? I will find out in mere hours, and hopefully I'll be able to describe it to you all. I'm bringing my phone, wired earbuds, an actual voice recorder, and even my laptop. Hopefully, I might be able to upload a podcast while I'm out. Just have to do it on the go. It's a hot and humid June morning. I have my bag packed. I've loaded up on dehydrated food, water, MREs, etc. My electronics are charged, and I have dozens of backed-up batteries should I need them. I have to stop writing. A big man is throwing black hoods on my classmates. I'll see you at the starting line. I'm still on my knees with the rest of my classmates. The chaperones told us we are not able to move or open our eyes until we cannot hear the bus anymore. My eyes are closed so hard it hurts my head. When the hood was yanked off my head, I could feel the sun immediately. It feels unnaturally hot on my face. The engine has long been gone. I can't hear anything. No people, no sounds of nature. I slowly open my eyes and see no one. It's just me. Taking in my surroundings, I can see my possessions have been placed by my side. No classmates. I'm looking at appears to be a subdivision. All the houses look the same. One road stretches out in front of me. White houses with white fence line either side of the paved road. This must be the neighborhood, which is the first location that starts the last walk. Besides the weird serenity of this place, it still feels like a normal subdivision. This won't last long. Slowly I make my way down the street. There's no wind, no animals, and no sound. I didn't know what to expect, but I definitely didn't expect that we would be dropped off in different locations. This must be some kind of strategy set up by the council so we don't get to work together. I wasn't planning on working with anyone anyway, but the company would have been nice. As I started passing home after home, I noticed that not only are they all the same, but every home had a family seen inside. Not moving, not eating, but sitting at what appeared to be a dinner table in the dining area. There may be food on the tables, but I can't see that clearly. The mother, father, and 2 children do not move. They stare at each other like statues. This has been a strange start, but I was ready for anything, so I marched on. As I'm looking at the still family members to my left and right, I almost ran right into an older woman standing in my path on the sidewalk. Thankfully, I must have sensed something or someone was in my way and saw her before an awkward collision may have happened. I moved to the side and did one of those facial movements that said, "Hello, I'm acknowledging you as a person, but I don't want to actually open my mouth to make words." I accompanied said facial expression with a slight head nod. Then she spoke. "My son dies here." "Oh," I choked out. I'm sorry?" That's all I could get out. I was completely thrown off by this. I slightly picked up my speed, wanting to get away from this woman as soon as possible, but still didn't want to appear rude. Weird all around. When I was about 30 feet away, I glanced over my shoulder, seeing she was standing in the same spot as when I passed her, but she was just staring at me. I swiftly moved my stare away from her and back to the path in front of me. As I was ending the first phase of the walk, I noticed something rather strange. The residents of the neighborhood were all out on their lawns, staring at me, motionless. I again picked up the pace. A quiet buzz started in my head. I could have been in the air, but it felt like it was just inside my head. The tree lines were approaching. I was almost done with the first level. The buzzing intensified. The residents looked like they were becoming agitated. I didn't know if anyone dies at this level, but I know I won't perish here. I made a dash for the tree line. I'm out of the normal Rockwell hell space. See you guys later. Once I got within a few steps of the cryptic woods, I slowed my pace. I couldn't stop, of course, but I went as slowly as I could. I didn't even process what the lady said. She said her son dies here, not died. What the hell does that mean? He dies multiple times? He dies every day? Man, I don't want to know the answer. I just want to move on and get this event over with. Okay, good. No more buzzing. No more weird neighbors. No more residents of the neighborhood. I've now gotten into the cryptic woods. As we speak, I'm looking up at the dense forest of massive pines. The trees are thick, but the floor is open, if that makes sense. I feel like I've been here before. It's a comfort. I suddenly realized that I have not eaten since I started. But like they said, time and space are different here. I forced myself to slam down a Cliff Bar, still admiring the scenery. Frozen, I can't move. A light shines through the forest canopy. The most glorious tree I've ever seen lies before me. I've seen this before. The Ever Tree. It's half alive, half dead. So unnatural in the middle of this beautiful forest. I feel the energy. I think I'll just sit here. Boom! My eyes open after being closed for maybe half a second. I'm still standing. Engines and artillery are coming. Bark and grass are flying around me from the rounds being shot in my direction. I heard one word in my head. Move! I must have stopped for too long. The damn tree tried to kill me. I didn't even see it anymore. Not wasting another second, I moved quick. Didn't have to run, like they said, but I walked freaking quick. Apparently, this pulled the goon squad off me. Now I know they are watching anyways. The most sobering moment so far, for sure. From now on, I don't have to enjoy the view so much. Let's just move towards the finish line. Leaving the woods felt good, and I can see now that the first couple levels were an appetizer. Stepping out of the woods, I'm immediately in another suburban type area. Following the sidewalk, I see only abandoned houses and trash all over the place. And this, as Shel Silverstein said, is where the sidewalk ends. I immediately felt like something was very wrong. Saying I was creeped out is an understatement. The sidewalk I was following abruptly ended. The scenery was so unsettling, I guess I didn't notice that my cement path was ending. Staying on the edge of the sidewalk, I looked down at what appeared to be a 10-story drop. Looking around in a panicked state, I had no other moves. It was like I was a piece of Monopoly board, but the position of my top hat was hovered over an unsurvivable drop. My mind was racing. How did I get here? Why do we have to do this? Does anyone else in the country or the world do this? I don't want to be here. I'm just going to jump. I'm going to just end it. Just walk forward. What? Hello? I have not heard another person's voice in this whole trip. I took note of how tired and hungry I was. I also discovered how sore I was too. I must be delusional. Did someone just talk to me? I'm serious. If something is here, say something. I can't do this walk anymore. I'm tired, but I tried, but I can't. I can't anymore. The jump felt great. I was ready to give up. I did give up. When I hit the bottom, I woke up, checked myself for injuries or bleeding. I found nothing. I did not feel great, but I was safe. Who are you? I yelled to the voice. Nothing. Andy is still alive, and I've made it to the next stage. After walking for what I think is another 4 or 5 miles, I have found Claremont Street. Still tired, but still motivated to walk across the stage as a high school senior, I move. In this stage, I have to find the sunken house. No one was sure what that meant, but I should know what that means when I see it. The problem was the temperature was quickly dropping. My normal climate growing up was a desert-style high 80 to 90 degrees in the summer. I had friends from the north that grew up with this incredibly cold temps. I could never imagine. But right here, right now, I was glad I was prepared. It must have been about 30 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what time it is anymore, so it could be morning, or it could be at night. I just don't know. Using all my gear to keep warm, I finally found the sunken house. There are so many homes here, but so many more that are empty. The one I was looking for is sunk. I'm so glad I saw it because it was so subtle. There were 2 golden lions on either side of the driveway. The house is half underground, half above. Not sure what I'm supposed to do. I just stood there and said a little prayer. At this point in the challenge, I'm delirious. I found the checkpoint. I've survived to this point. I found the sunken house, which will slingshot me to the next level. I wonder how many of my friends have died at this point. I know they have. I'm not naive. I'm waiting for my undeniable death too. I survived the neighborhood. I survived the cryptic woods, including the Evertree. And I just escaped the weird ending sidewalk with the sunken house afterwards. All I can do is keep moving now. I'm so tired. My feet hurt. My legs hurt. My mind is still fresh and scared of what I've seen. I think being fully aware is the worst right now. I'm so tired. What I found now is an awful development simply titled The Homes. One moment I'm walking outside, the next I'm inside a long hallway. It looks like a retirement home, complete with the malfunctioning lights and dripping ceilings. If you've had family in one of these places, then you no doubt familiar with the smell. Help me. I almost fell over as I was so startled. Hello? I yelled into the dark hallway. Help me. It felt like it was coming closer. I heard quiet footsteps that sounded like they were behind me. The soft steps becoming louder, and they were moving faster. I used every ounce of energy to run as hard and as fast as I could. The further I got down the hallway, the longer it stretched. Panic was setting in. Out of the corner of my eye, I started seeing people, or what looks like people stepping out of their room. All I could hear now was heavy breathing, and not mine. I begged and prayed I would get out of here. My legs were on absolute fire. I really didn't think I could get out of here. I closed my eyes and kept running. When I opened them, I was on the ground. Quickly getting to my feet to avoid the stoppage and therefore immediate death, I saw I was outside the homes. Thank God. The smell was still there, but I had somehow made it. Taking one last look over my shoulder, I was greeted with maybe the most frightening image I have seen so far. Little shadowy faces with red eyes peering at me from the windows. This walk has gotten much more serious. Escaping the homes, where I bet most of my colleagues will meet their end, I still move forward. The next level appears, the 9-Mile Tower. It is something out of a medieval story, a glorious tower that reaches to the clouds. When they told us the name of the level at the briefing, I had no idea what to expect. Staring at it now, what do I do? I'll be walking to it soon. Do I enter and climb? Is there something I need to find in there? Like a princess or something? I smell pastry. I smell steak and chicken. There must be a feast going on inside the tower. It smells amazing. A voice from the wind speaks to me. Come to the tower. We know you are tired. A meal will be waiting for you. Man, that sounds wonderful. I suppose I can stop just ever so briefly. I have not been this hungry the whole trip. That Cliff Bar is a distant memory. I'm staying at the foot of the tower. Being this close makes the tower much more impressive. The castle-like exterior stretches upwards to the sky for a seemingly infinite distance. The drawbridge slowly opens before me, making the smell of the feast more irresistible. A golden sign just has an up arrow posted on it. I take it I'm supposed to climb. As I take one step forward, the spell is broken. Wait a minute, I say to myself. If I go inside this giant tower, how am I supposed to get out? I can't stop moving. If I enter, I don't think I'll be able to leave. Nice try, tower. Nice try. Walk. The last few stops have been the most difficult yet. I think that means the ending is near. As I trudge along the empty field, I finally see it. Streamers, balloons, tables with what I hope is real food. The relief of this nightmare being over is incredible. I can already feel myself going back to the real world. The closer I get, I can make out some people. Teachers from my school and some other alumni from the ritual, I presume. There are also a couple bleachers set up for the townsfolk. All in all, I say there's about 200 or so people here. Wherever here is. The only thing I don't see is my fellow students. Either I'm the first one to finish, or they're all dead. Our winner! The principal shouted. The townspeople gave me a loud round of applause. You have completed the walk. Now have a seat, young man. You earned it. Not sure sitting will feel any better. I fell to the ground. For the moment, it does feel so good to stop. My body has a fire raging inside of it. Just a few minutes later, there are some classmates of mine limping to the finish. We all give each other smiles and nods of congratulations. The adults must have been tracking all 100 or so of us. 75 of us survived. A record, apparently. We were directed to a podium behind a table. The table had a sheet covering whatever contents were underneath. What happened next is something I'll have to live with for the rest of my life. Being the victor, they told me, was a huge honor. I would be known as a local legend and would be financially taken care of to whatever college I decide to attend. Remember when I said the winner gets another special surprise? The principal took down the sheet on the table, revealing a handgun. You have survived the last walk. You now get the added bonus of taking the life of one of your fellow classmates. My vision blurred, and I became weak. We understand this is something of a shock. Everyone goes through it. However, it is intended as a reward and a release of sorts. Also, not killing anyone is not an option. If you decline, it will go to the runner-up, and you will be killed. And so on and so on. This also ensures that no one divulges the secrets of our little annual ritual, as you now have blood on your hands like we all do. The smile on his face was so cold I didn't know if it was a prank or a test. The faces of the townspeople told me it was neither. I grabbed the weapon, feeling the cold weight in my hand, and I just stared at it for some time. Without any more delay, I turned to my classmates, pulling the trigger and striking a boy I never really talked to in the chest. It was over. I felt no remorse. I felt no anger. I wanted to put this nightmare behind me. A couple of men dressed in suits quietly put a sheet over the deceased and carried him away. The crowd gave me a polite clap. The rest of my classmates stood in silence. Slowly the gathering ended, and I lost consciousness. I woke up days, maybe weeks later in my room. It was a warm summer's day. I was back in town, and everything seemed like it went back to normal. Hello, summer vacation. Now I can get ready for my junior year. I used the cheapest materials available when I built my house, as I didn't think it would make a difference. I immediately began to regret this decision as I watched the undead easily smash their way in. I just had an energy drink that promised to unleash the beast inside me. Now I can feel it trying to crawl its way out. Hey, don't forget to leave a comment and tell me what you think down below. Am I the asshole for refusing to take part in a stupid family tradition and piss off my entire family? By Sugar Sod. You're probably already thinking that I'm an asshole just from the title alone. I assure you that I am not, and just want honest feedback on the situation that has infuriated my entire family. Next week, I am meant to turn 13, so pretty much I'm becoming an adult, and I want to spend the day with my friends. I explained this to my parents, and they gave me a look like I swore at them. They remind me that birthdays are family events, and all of our relations are coming over. They wouldn't listen to me no matter what I told them, and my mother ran out of the room weeping. My father started scolding me and telling me she'd been preparing for my birthday for weeks. He kept reminding me of the tradition that runs in our family for generations. I could see the hatred in his eyes when I told him that I didn't care about this stupid tradition. He immediately grounded me and told me I had no choice but to participate. He then told all of my relatives, and they have all been ringing and texting me nonstop and telling me how horrible of a person I am. Honestly, I would rather just run away for the day than face this stupid tradition. It just seems so stupid for my family to expect me to climb back inside my mother just so we can reenact my birth. I wasn't upset by the fact a vampire was about to kill me. I was upset that no one bothered to tell me how many teeth they actually had. Family Lore by Small Rock Salt Lamp. Recently, my mother let my brothers in and I on an old family story from her side. She says the story has been passed down for a couple generations, and that no one yet has been able to contest its accuracy. She told us the story with some reluctancy, especially around my two younger brothers, who are 14 and 16. I will call them Owen and Howie respectively for this story. She knew that this story was haunting enough to keep even a 14-year-old from sleeping. I'm an 18 female, and it had my skin crawling. She told us the story during our recent camping trip. We had reserved a small spot in a scheduled campground near a lake for spring break. On our second night there, we sat around the campfire, and when we ran out of conversation topics, Owen suggested we tell scary stories. After a couple of sarcastic, joking stories, my mom piped up, "Did I ever tell you guys the family scary story?" My dad immediately gave her a meaningful look and shook his head at her. Of course, this aroused our curiosity. "Wait, what is it?" Howie said. My dad shook his head even more adamantly. "Don't tell them, Carol. It's not worth it." "It's not that bad, right?" my mom contested. "What, is it real or something? I don't understand," I said, furrowing my brows at the two of them. My mom sighed. "We don't know if it's real, but it could very well be. The story that my grandmother passed down to my mother, then to my brother and I. It's kinda gruesome. You guys have been too young to hear it yet," my dad added. "I think they're old enough now," my mom said. My dad hesitated, then consented. So my mother began the story, telling it just the way it was told to her. As you know, my grandmother was nicknamed Big Mama. Since we called my mother Mama, because of that, my great-grandmother, Big Mama's mother, was called Other Mama. I barely knew her, only as a little kid. Apparently, Other Mama had 3 children, but her youngest daughter was always her favorite. Her name was Delilah. She had a special connection to Delilah, so when Delilah contracted pneumonia and her health quickly deteriorated, Other Mama got really worried. Back in those days, people died of pneumonia much more often because there weren't as many good medicines and doctors. So Delilah continued to get sicker and sicker until one day she died. Other Mama was heartbroken. Delilah was buried on the property near the house where Other Mama and the rest of the family lived. Other Mama wanted to keep Delilah close. Eventually, after not too long, Other Mama and the family had to move away to a new house in a new part of the country. Other Mama insisted on taking Delilah's coffin with them and reburying it on the new property because she just couldn't bear to leave the burying place of her favorite daughter behind while they took off for a different state. So, Delilah's coffin was dug back up again to be moved to the new house. When the coffin had been dug up, Other Mama's curiosity overtook her. She wanted to see her baby girl one more time. She needed to see her, so she had them open the casket again. Inside was Delilah, but Delilah's mouth was wide open. Her eyes were bulging open, and her hands were up in her hair, pulling at it. She was frozen, dead like that. Horror and disgust had silenced my brothers and I for a moment. "Why did she look like that?" Howie asked, trying to act unbothered. My mother shrugged. "Well, you know, back then, they didn't have the machines that we have these days to detect brain waves and brain activity after they think someone has died, so..." I realized what she was trying to say, what had happened to Delilah. "So you're saying they thought she was dead and buried her, but she was still alive?" My mom paused, shifting uncomfortably. Apparently, she was most likely in a small coma when they pronounced her dead. So she woke up later, underground. No one slept that night. The horror I felt from the story was different from the horror I felt watching a scary movie or reading a ghost story online. There was no reason here for me to believe it wasn't true. And this even happened to my own family. I felt the reality of it in my own veins. That night, I dreamt that I was in the coffin, 6 feet underground, struggling to breathe, and raised my hand into my hair in a desperate panic. Someone said goodnight to me, and I responded with goodnight and tried to fall asleep. Chills ran down my spine when I realized my parents are out, and I was alone in the house as I can feel long, scrawny hands pulling on my blanket slowly. If you're enjoying this video, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. My One True Love by Sugar Sewed. My husband is possibly the greatest man I have ever met. He has done so much for me and expected so little in return. The best part of my day is waking up next to him every morning. He rescued me from my abusive parents and let me move in with him. At first, our relationship was just platonic, but over time, I slowly fell in love with him. I was the one who made the first move and asked him out on a date. We got married less than a year later and have been living in married bliss ever since. The only problem is my parents keep trying to track me down. We've had to move twice as they've almost found us. This morning, my parents showed up at the door with a couple police officers and dragged the love of my life away. I tried to fight them off, but I was restrained by a female officer. My parents keep trying to tell me that my husband kidnapped me, but I know he wouldn't do something like that. I kept begging the officers to let me see my husband, but they keep refusing. I keep hearing them whisper about something called Stockholm Syndrome. I can't wait for this all to be over. I can't wait for this all to be over so I can continue the rest of my life with the only man I will ever love. My daughter did not win the beauty pageant and was devastated. She wouldn't stop crying while I traded her for a much better little girl at the orphanage. One who was a sure bet to win next year. Please Be Quiet by Cheeky Puns. You have to be quiet. Your grandmother's asleep in the attic, whispered my mother as we crept through the front door. Why is she being so dramatic? I thought to myself. Why did you wait 17 years to tell me I had a grandmother who lived in a creepy, old backwoods house? I demanded of her. My mother shushed me and hurriedly ushered me through the house and into the basement. If a surprise road trip to a surprise house with a surprise grandmother was a strange start to my day, the basement just piled on the weird. Beige padded cloth walls, thick red carpet, giant soft couches supporting a mountain of pillows in clashing prints. This place looks like if a porn set from the 70s had terrible taste. How do you know what a porn set from the 70s looks like? Countered my mother. I rolled my eyes. Sometimes I think she believes the internet is a figment of my imagination. This room is soundproofed to prevent us from disturbing and waking your grandmother, she explained. About that, I replied, why didn't I know I still had a grandmother? I thought she was dead. Are there any other family members you're hiding in the Hicks? Ignoring my snickery tone, my mother answered, your grandmother, she's special. She's not from here. She was a young orphan ferried over from a world away. No name, no money, and no memory. Her life was really hard growing up. This country can be unforgiving to anyone they see as different. Hearing that, there was a twinge of empathy for my grandmother. I've always felt different my entire life, and people could be cruel. But then she met your grandfather, and it was love at first sight for them both. They got married very young and had me really early. My mother smiled wistfully. We three mostly just had each other this far out, but it was a great childhood. Constantly outdoors helping my mom grow food or helping my dad maintain the house. I had hoped for the same when I had you. It didn't skip my notice that my mother had used mom and dad to refer to my grandparents for the first time. Once I moved to the city, I didn't visit as much, so I never realized. Your grandmother got sicker the older she got, started to lose her sight and smell, had to take long naps. It was a strain on your grandfather, but he insisted on taking care of her himself, making me promise to do the same if he died first. So, on the weekends, when you're with your dad, I come over. Clear up the weeds, stock some food, do the laundry, and now that you're old enough, you can help me, she ended. You still haven't explained why you never told me about her, I retorted. No, I didn't. How about we stop at that diner you like on the way home and I tell you the rest over pancakes and bacon? For now, just be really quiet as you walk through the house and stay on the ground floor. You can work outside weeding the garden while I finish up the laundry here. She tossed me a pair of gardening gloves, shooing me away. Maybe if I wasn't such a curious, stubborn brat, things would have gone very differently that day. But to see your grandmother? How many people would be capable of soldering off to yank some weeds with a mystery like that left unsolved? Determined to meet her, I headed up to the attic. For an old house, nothing creaked. Climbing the stairs was silent, the carpet dampening my footfalls. As I stood in the entryway to the attic, I struggled to get a clear look at the sleeping form on the bed, the hazy light weakening quickly with the setting sun. Screw it, I thought. Grandma? I said, barely above a whisper. She didn't move. I took a step forward. Grandma? I said loudly. At first, nothing stirred. Then the whisper of sheets being slid from a body, a creak of joints as the figure on the bed sat up straight, head swiveling side to side in the deepening shadows. A hushed groan escaped her as her feet touched the floor, followed by a rasped throttle as my grandmother hunched over on all fours. Her bones creaked and bent and warped, each arm and each leg at opposite angles of each other, while her head gradually began twisting around to find the source of the noise. With each jerky twist of her head, I felt myself sink deeper and deeper into myself, praying she didn't see me, praying that I could be quiet enough to be invisible. When her head had turned completely around, her eyes locked onto mine. No flicker of humanity shone in those primal depths. They were deeper and darker than the infinity night sky. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I barely breathed. She inched spasmodically towards me, the direction of the last sound she heard. Closer and closer. I didn't feel the tickle of urine run down my leg. Closer and closer. A scream started to crawl up the back of my throat. Closer and closer. Then she was close enough to smell. Wet, putrid earth, underlaid by hints of lavender, mixed with the coppery tang of fetid blood. I nearly broke, but was saved by a loud bang from outside, a hunter's gunshot perhaps, or a car backfiring on a distant road. It jolted my grandmother to action. She opened her mouth in a silent shriek, almost like the sound had physically hurt her in some way, and bolted to the window, shattering the glass as she jumped through it in pursuit of the source of the noise. It felt like an eternity before I could force myself to move again. When my limbs finally moved, I ran to the basement, hurtling into my mother's arm and sobbing uncontrollably. She held and soothed me like I was 5, not 17, rocking me in her arms. I told her what happened. I told her how sorry I was I didn't listen to her, that I thought I knew better. "It's okay, little lamb," she said, reverting to my childhood nickname. "Do you think I wasn't an obnoxious teenager at one point too? The same thing happened to me when I first came back home. But luckily, your grandfather was around to befuddle her senses. She wouldn't really hurt kin, he told me then. But he also sounded very uncertain when he said it. However, Grandpa did teach me how to track her and put her back to sleep. And now it's your turn to learn. It'll be hard. She has a really big head start, so we better get hunting. Mom told me this was our family secret, our family curse, and not to tell a soul. But I'm disobeying her again to tell this story, to warn everyone. Whoever you are, wherever you are, please be quiet. My grandmother is awake, and I don't know where she is." "Nobody blinded me! Nobody!" he screamed as blood trickled out from between his fingers. "And nobody will ever help him. Not after I lied about my name on the night we met." As I locked the doors after the last shift for the day, I kept thinking about relaxing on the couch tomorrow. Little did I know, tomorrow would be anything but relaxing, since I was not the only one who was left in the gas station that night. If you're enjoying this video, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. The Man at My Funeral by As the Raven Dreams. Last night, I dreamed I was at my own funeral. I've been having this dream almost every night for the last year. It's such a serene feeling, seeing the people you love mourn losing you. At the same time, it's also kind of nice knowing that these people care so much about my existence. Obviously, having this kind of dream would be mildly unsettling to most, but I see it as an opportunity to know that when things come to an end, people will actually care. As of late, though, there's been a disturbing part of the dream. I keep seeing this person that I don't recognize. He stands among my friends and family and just seems to loom the entirety of this service. For some reason, I can't place a name to his face, but I can feel that something is off about him. The couple of times I've seen him, he always seems to target someone in the crowd and approach them to console them. He seems so very gentle with them. But when I see his eyes, they seem to have a faint hue, a slight red glow, as he stares at where I lie in my coffin. Now I know most people would just say that it's nothing more than a dream, but I've watched him approach 2 people in this dream. Both people that he has approached have ended up getting into horrible accidents. One of them passed away. The other will never walk or speak again. I know it's just a dream, but how can it be a coincidence that 2 people the man approached in my dream both end up where they are? There's only so much that you can equate to random chance. Last night, I dreamed I was at my own funeral again, and the man was there. He was there during the entirety of the service, and this time he did something different. He requested to give my eulogy. He stood in front of the entire crowd of people and spoke to them, comforting them and telling them I was in a better place. This morning, I received a call that my parents and my younger sister were hit by a drunk driver. None of them survived. I saw a news report that there was a fire at the local college in the dorm where a number of my friends stayed. My girlfriend's mother called me this morning to tell me that she had taken her own life the night before. All of them were gone, comforted by his words and lulled into the afterlife. Now I'm sitting here waiting my turn. You see, at the end of my dream, after the eulogy, he turned to look at my body in the coffin. He ran a hand through my hair and told me everything would be okay. His words were comforting, and I felt calm as I watched his glowing eyes pierce my soul. No one in their wildest dreams expected the cure to climate change to come out of melting one of the nondescript glaciers on Greenland. The few thousand that survived the plague it released lived out the rest of their lives in a world with a pleasant, stable climate. Remember to tell me what you think down below and hit that like button and make sure it feels it. The Last Sunset by As the Raven Dreams. Well, here we go. We stood on our roof and stared out over the horizon as the sun set. The bright yellow was shredded by gorgeous maroon that slowly faded its way into dim purple. I pulled up my camera and took a picture of the scene in front of us. The picture struggled to capture the absolute beauty of the whole event. Maybe actually living it was what made it so breathtaking. We sat there and just watched as the sky slowly darkened, as pinhole lights slowly took over into the darkness, and the golden shades of the day finally faded into nothingness. There was something magical in being part of this moment. You see, this sunset, it was different. It had been deemed the final solar event of the entire hemisphere, which is just a fancy way of saying that it was the last sunset we'd ever see. Now, I know what you're thinking. How could this even be possible? How could a sunset be the last one? And honestly, I wish I could tell you. The news stations all had long-winded segments that presented scientific data and intellectually challenging explanations of how the Earth's core had shifted, or how the rotation on its axle was about to cease. Honestly, I could hardly understand half of the things they were saying. Each channel ended the segment with one final message, most of them mimicking each other. This evening, go outside and watch the sunset with your loved ones. This will be your last time you'll ever see it. This was such a romantic way of saying something so bleak. To tell us to go out and stand outside, watch this quick burning event that most of us had either ignored or seen 1,000 times, and appreciate that it was the last time it was going to happen. Of course, this led to some reasonable skepticism and a number of questions. If the half of the planet that we were on was forced into darkness, then surely the other half of the planet would be in If the half of the planet that we were on was forced into darkness, then surely the other half of the planet would be in never-ending daylight, right? That only made sense, yet the professionals said that it wasn't going to be the case. When they were asked how that was possible, how the sun was just going to cease to exist when it's set for every part of the planet, they simply reiterated that this would be the last one, and that we should appreciate it. Then, of course, there were the people that were curious about how life would be sustained without the sun. Without it, wouldn't we all be plunged into an ice age and killed off pretty much immediately? They struggled with this question, because the answer was technically yes. However, in this situation, they stated they weren't going to rely on technicalities, and that life would continue on as it had. This, of course, caused a major stir all around the planet. There was no way that life would continue without the sun, even excluding the fact the planet would turn into a solid sphere of ice. Every plant that couldn't be put under a glow light would end up wilting and dying in a matter of days. Without the ability to grow mass crops, the population would end up starving. Once again, this notion was dismissed. They told us that no one would end up starving because of this. All of these situations that were certain without the sun were all being dismissed by the world's top scientists. How? How was this not to be an apocalyptic event that brought about the death of the planet? How could they say no one would die from starvation, from freezing, from whatever other hardships would come from losing our sun? Of course, the confusion that stemmed from this official statement just ended up with the people questioning the truth behind the statements. A number of conspiracy websites and videos went up on the internet in a relatively short time we had this information. There were people everywhere that claimed that this was nothing more than a plan to make the populace subservient. That the world's government were going to somehow block out the sun for the rest of the world. And even some people that genuinely believed that there were some secret societies that had cursed the planet, and this was our penance. Fortunately, or unfortunately, however you choose to look at it, we could easily prove the conspiracy theorists either correct or incorrect. We were told the exact day that the final sunset would occur, the exact minute that we would last see our gorgeous burning ball. And, much like predicted, the sunset took place at 8:29 p.m. on that Friday night. We sat on a blanket that we had placed on a flat section of the roof and watched the stars glow after the sun had finally finished setting. It was a cool night with a light breeze. The sounds of the city grew from a silent anticipation to a nearly explosive panic within a matter of minutes. Whether or not the people believed that this was it, they had just witnessed, with their own eyes, the final solar event. So, what now? She looked over at me with a smile on her face. Well, now we just kind of sit here and wait to see what happens in the morning. Solar midnight is about 1:22 in the morning. Sunrise should take place about 6:30 or so. I guess we'll know by then what happens. I kept my eyes on the stars as I responded. Are you certain? She asked. Yeah, I'm certain. I nodded with a smile. We both just lay there silently staring at the blackness of the night sky. The aforementioned panic of the city slowly died down as people went to bed and decided to sleep through the night as they waited to see what was going to happen. The hours passed, she fell asleep, but I couldn't bring myself to close my eyes. I wanted to be awake to see what actually took place. I wanted to know what was actually in store for our little planet. I would glance over at the small clock radio every once in a while to see how many hours had passed, but I mostly focused on the darkness of the space and watched the glimmering stars as they danced across the sky. If anyone had been paying as much attention as I had at that moment, they would have noticed two things which could have given them some interesting insight into the situation. The first thing was that the stars were actually still dancing across the sky. Thus, the planet was, in fact, still rotating. The second thing to note was that the absence of the moon, with no sun, it was basically just a dark rock floating around our planet. I watched the clock flip over to 6 in the morning, and then tuned into the sound of the city. As the next half an hour passed, people would realize the sun was not coming back. That last night's sunset was actually the last. With every minute that passed, the sound of the city grew louder. There were subtle sounds of people sobbing, screaming, panicking, as the realization hit them. There was shouting, car engines roaring as people tried to speed out of the city, with nowhere to go. Then came the sounds of gunshots, glass shattering, people destroying the city as a panic mob. Everything came to an apex around 7 in the morning, when we were all sure that the statement of the scientists were right.
They were right, huh?
She said between a yawn and a stretch. Yeah, I guess so, I sighed. I really didn't want them to be. I know. She stared back up at the sky. So, what happens now? I'm not sure. I didn't want to tell her the truth. I didn't want her to know what exactly was going to happen. Hell, I wasn't even 100% sure about the next step. Just, there was going to be something. While everyone else was asking their questions and fighting with each other about whether or not we would all die of starvation or freezing, or whether the sun would even disappear at all, I was fully aware this was going to happen. You see, around a month ago, my uncle died of an apparent suicide. He had shot himself in his basement with all of his radio equipment. He was an avid collector of various radio equipment, a hobby he had actually passed on to me. After his funeral, I went over to his house and down the stairs to the room where he kept all of his equipment. I sat at his desk and stared at his various sticky notes with random frequencies written on them, but one stuck out. It was on top of the strewed out detritus and had the words "and August 22nd" written on it and circled. Obviously, given the circumstances, I was curious about this. I turned the equipment on, put on my headphones, turned the dial to exactly what he had written. A single message played in the same tone that you would get if you called a disconnected phone number. Notice 822-20TE. This is a notice to all involved in Operation Terra and the surrounding solar system. Operation Terra has concluded, and the simulation will be going offline. The final solar event will be scheduled for the 235th day of the 2020th year. On the morning of day 236, we will commence the data purge. Thank you for your time and understanding. This notice repeated over and over through the headphones. I listened to it a dozen more times as I tried to understand what the hell I was actually hearing. From here, I obviously reported the information, and they studied the signal. From there, they formulated their statement and told the world about what was happening. Well, sort of. They told everyone about the final solar event, sure, but they left out the final part of the notice. I had to give them credit. They didn't lie. No one was going to freeze to death, no one was likely to starve, but no one knew that they were all going to be removed from existence. I was the only person in the general population that was aware of what was coming next. The data purge. At first, I was curious about what it was going to actually be, or what it would feel like, but the realization that if it was just data that was about to be purged, I would cease to exist. I assumed it would just be an instantaneous death, and we would all just stop being. As we stared up at the sky, and the clock clicked over to 8 a.m., something strange started to happen. The stars started to disappear one by one, then the clouds, and finally the shades of blue in the sky. Within moments, it was pure black, and that blackness began to feel like it was getting closer to us. I reached down and grabbed her hand as I watched our reality compress into itself. I could faintly hear her screaming, the hellish sound of agony throughout the city as the wind roared upwards from the ground and towards the darkness that slowly descended. I kept my eyes open as I watched it engulf the taller buildings, and they became nothing. The closer it came, the stronger the suctions of the darkness became. I let go of her, and she was pulled into the void, and I held my grip onto anything I could grab a hold of. I felt the darkness touch my skin. I felt my entire being as it was shredded into bits of data within whatever system was running the simulation. I felt the agony as I was pulled into a string of 1 and 0s and set to be overwritten. I said, go back to sleep. My mother yelled angrily while I lay in my bed, shaking with fear. Its arms then slowly retracted into the wall, nails scratching along my blanket, as she continued, "And leave my child alone." I fumble past the bathroom door and stand before my reflection, running tap water over my bloodied hand. He smiles back. Less Than Nothing by Cryptic Wanderer. The sun set quickly across the sky, casting a blood-red hue that only fall can give. The moon that rose in its place gave everything an otherworldly feel. Snaps of cold wind blew through the trees, shaking the dead leaves like a giant maraca. Skeletons, ghosts, and all sorts of creatures happily skipped through the streets, swinging their bags of candy without a care. James envied these children as they celebrated Halloween, full of excitement and wonder as children should be. his son was not among them. "Soon," he whispered under his breath. He made his way towards the outskirt of town, passing by more children as they laughed and chattered. It served as a reminder of what he lost, stinging his heart again and again. Thankfully, they began to thin out as he approached his destination. The wrought iron gates came into view, growing taller as he came closer. With the light of the moon, he couldn't make out the landscape beyond, as if it was trying to hide from the world. It was a dreadful place, and silhouettes both short and long stood in odd intervals. Their opposing shadows stretched out across the grass, making him feel very unwelcome. As the moon climbed even higher, he got to the cemetery gate. He could hear a dog barking off in the distance as he looked at the padlock that held fast a thick line of chain. It would be the sought-out destination of older kids in town this night, so he wasn't too surprised to find it locked. He hoped to God there wouldn't be any here tonight. He needed to be alone. Otherwise, he might not have another chance. James made his way down the sidewalk, trying to find another way in. The bars of the fence eventually turned into a wall of stone and mortar. It was still high, but he leapt up and was able to grab a hold of the top. James wasn't completely out of shape, but even still, he struggled to pull himself up. His feet scraped against the side and began to find purchase when he heard the excited talk coming away down the road. A group of teenagers were loudly going on about their evening as they made their way towards where he was. In a surge of desperation, he scraped the underside of his forearm as he finally made his way up and over the side. He landed on the ground, just missing a small marker that stood only a foot or two away from his head. He breathed a sigh of relief as a group of voices came and went, leaving James unnoticed. He got up, dusted himself off, and turned his gaze to the land of the dead. He knew the cemetery well enough, as it was only yesterday he said his goodbyes to his son at his funeral. At night, when the shadows took over, however, the entire place took on an alien appearance. The tree branches clacked together, aiding to the odd sounds that rose in the distance. Cold fear coursed through him as he took in the view. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself for what was to come. He had to get this done, and nothing was going to stop him. He faced forward with his mind on his task and walked between the stones with as much confidence as he could muster. Eventually he got his bearings when he saw a large paved road that had a shed at the turn. He made his way past and continued as the grade began to rise. Off in the distance there came a sound, a crackling from the road ahead of him that was rapidly coming closer. He didn't have a weapon of any kind, and he braced himself to kick whatever it was. Then was surprised to find a large dog. He stopped a few feet away and gave a sad whimper, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. He once again composed himself. "Psst, get lost," he whispered harshly. It gave him a sideways look and walked back towards the shack. James shook his head and continued on. Nearly at the crescent of the hill, he looked off to the left and saw the large stone building his son laid in. He walked over the stone steps, slowing down to get a grip on his thoughts and feelings. It was a moment of reverence as happy memories of his boy came to mind. Those feelings then soured and tears began to fall down his cheeks. Those thoughts turned to the ruined remains he was forced to look upon the day Nathan was found. His son walked home from school as he only lived 9 blocks away. When he never showed up, James called the police to report him missing. and it was only a few days later his body was found. It was stuffed behind some bricks at a construction site outside of town. He was clearly murdered, and he was so horribly mutilated that James couldn't clearly identify him without dental records. Skin was slashed and torn, and his face had been caved in, most likely from the large chunk of bloody concrete found close by. It was a closed casket funeral, and having lost his wife to an aneurysm 5 years prior, the attendance was small. It was at the funeral that the odd man approached him. He was dressed in a large gray coat and a wide-brimmed hat set atop his head full of gray hair. He seemed to keep to himself as Nathan's coffin was placed into his tomb. The entrance was sealed, and what few friends and family came began to shuffle out. Before long, it was just James and the man. James began to walk out as well, pulling out a pack of cigarettes to light one. He patted his pockets and sighed in annoyance that he had forgotten to bring a lighter. The man picked up on this and approached, handing him a book of matches. "I'm truly sorry for your loss," he said. Lost in his grief, James just gave a quick nod and thanked him as he sparked one of the sticks. Always sad when a father outlives his child, but it doesn't have to be that way. "Please, I don't know who you are, but can you just leave?" replied James. "In time I shall. However, first I must insist that you hear me out. There is a way for your son to come back." James creased his eyebrows at this. Clearly the man was insane, and his nonsense was quickly getting on his nerves. "I think you better just go. Who are you anyways? What possible reason could you have for being at my son's funeral?" "Why, I'm a friend, Mr. Maureen. You can call me Nick. I am offering you a chance of a lifetime. Tomorrow will be Halloween, and the veil between the living and the dead will be at its thinnest. That is the only chance you will have. The instructions are here on this card," Nick said, offering it to him between two gloved fingers. "Follow these instructions precisely, and you can have your little boy back. And I do mean precisely." James looked the purple card over and scoffed, letting it drop to the stone steps of the mausoleum. "Again, I urge you, do them to the letter, or things could go horribly wrong. That is all, Mr. Maureen. Good day," said the man as he tipped his hat and walked off. James picked the card back up after he left. Of course, it was stupid, and entertaining the idea made him even angrier. As the day went by, however, he found himself fantasizing about its success while turning it over and over. What if, he wondered, he missed Nathan terribly and would give anything to have him back? When Halloween came the following day, he felt he had no other choice. So, here he was, standing in front of the great stone building. The door was locked as well, but the chains were snapped easily enough as it was no bigger than a necklace. He opened the door and almost lost his balance when he saw how dark it was inside. It was as if opening a void that would swallow him up like he never existed. He took a breath and stepped inside. Each footstep echoed through the place of rest, loud enough to wake the dead, he thought. He made his way towards the back where the light of the moon shone through the skylight above, and stood in front of the stone seal that had his son's name. After running a hand down the sand-blasted letters, he wrapped the tips of his fingers around the sides and began to pull. The seal putty hadn't yet hardened, and it wouldn't for another few months. Even still, the airtight vacuum made it a slow task. His joints ached, but after a few minutes it slowly gave and the seal was broken. The slab fell to the floor with a resounding shattering of stone, and he looked into the dark tomb where Nathan's coffin sat. It was heavy, but he managed to pull it out with some effort and guide it to the floor as gentle as possible. After unsnapping the locks to the lid, he pulled it up, and there was the destroyed face of his son. The skin was glued back as well as it could be. However, large amounts of bone still glistened through the moonlight. Tears foamed once more, making it difficult to read, but he looked to the card and read the instructions once more. 1. Place 5 candles around the body in a star fashion and light them. 2. Anoint the head with oil. 3. Place your hand upon his chest and recite the words. It was a hard process for him. The oil made Nathan's tattered skin come loose, and the feeling of it around his fingers made James queasy. Using the matches that Nick provided him, he lit the candles one after the other and cleared his throat. As he began to speak, the door out front banged against the wall, making him jump. He looked to the left, not sure what to expect, and the dog from earlier made his way up to him. "Get!" he yelled, giving the dog a smack to the leg. It whimpered and strolled over to the corner where it curled up and sat. The eyes of the dog on him made him feel guilty, like he was some kind of monster. He put it out of his mind and continued his morbid task. Permito legino e camino elimine file mene. Nemo sit intino illuma el escato intino finidicis. The odd words rang throughout the empty building, and at first nothing happened. James looked fearfully down at his son's dead body, both hoping it would and wouldn't rise. More silence filled the space, and then he threw the card across the room. Disappointment and anger began to creep in. He was close to completely losing it when he heard a crackling sound. It was something like water when it rapidly freezes, and then a violent explosion erupted in front of him. As if the air was ripped open, a blue window to somewhere else was presented. Through the window, he could make out a forest of dead-looking trees, and, yes, the face of a child. It was Nathan. The air around him blew harshly as a tall figure walked in from the entrance. It was Nick from the funeral, still wearing his heavy coat and a wide-brim hat. James couldn't see his face. As he squinted, Nick's deep voice boomed out. "Mr. Maury, I must thank you for all of your work." "What is this? How do I get my son out of there?" he yelled back. His face remained hidden, but his eyes began to glow bright red like an electric burner. The man walked forward and bent down to stroke what remained of the boy's cheek. Once more he rose to his feet, then lifted a hand to the portal. "This is a gateway to purgatory. When a person dies, their soul goes here and is judged on its way to its final destination. Only a human is able to open the door. So if I walk through, I can get Nathan?" "Presumably yes. However, you will never open it for yourself, and I doubt you survive the terrors that call it home." "What do you mean?" "You really should brush up on your Latin, Mr. Monry. What I mean is, without the guidance of God to protect you, the evil that dwells in purgatory's dark reaches will rip you apart and drag you to hell. Normally, a child his age is automatically brought to heaven's gate, and as the Bible says, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. However, when you read those words from that card, as his parent and guardian, you gave me full access to his soul. You son of a bitch! Who are you really? He began to chuckle, the tone rapidly dipping down multiple octaves. The coat he wore burst open and leathery wings spread out. The hat fell to the ground as the large horns of a ram pushed out of his skull and curved. His already large body seemed to double in size, and before him stood a demon whose appearance was straight out of a Renaissance painting. I couldn't have done it without you. I no longer have a need for you, however, so you can join your son in everlasting torment, he growled. The demon made its way towards him on unnaturally long legs, and James had a thought. Can I at least enjoy one last smoke? He said, pulling out his pack. The demon seemed to enjoy the triviality of it all and stopped. James lit up a match and then lit the rest of the book. The demon growled, but before he could pounce, James threw the flaming book onto his son's body, which quickly became engulfed in flames. No! It hissed, but it was too late, and the portal that was there began to vanish. James was able to catch one last glance of his son, and then the demon was on him. It crushed his body with its massive fists and ripped at his flesh with sharp claws. The dog that had taken its place in the corner got up and made a beeline for the demon, taking its forearm into its teeth. The demon threw the dog off with ease, and it landed on the other side of the portal. Blood was pouring out of James' body, but he just smiled through the pain, knowing his son would be okay. Don't look so smug, you pig. I might not be able to take him, but he still has no protection. There are so many others that will happily rip him to pieces again and again. The light from his eyes faded, and James let out his final breath. This is the life, I grinned, placing his hands behind his head. Who would have thought my first time possessing a human would be so comfy? Don't fucking move, I have a knife. I'm going to slowly hand it to you so that you can get ready to fight that thing standing behind you. The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volumes of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as someone gently rapping at my chamber door. 'Tis some visitor, I muttered, tapping at my chamber door, only this and nothing more. Ah, distinctly I remember, it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my book surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the loss of Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the sunken sad uncertainty of rusting of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terror never felt before, so that now, to still my beating heart, I stood repeating, 'tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. That it is, and nothing more. Presently my soul grew stronger, hasting there no longer. Sir, said I, or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is, I was napping, and so gently you came a-rapping, and so faintly you came a-tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into the darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token. And the only word there spoken was a whispered word, Lenore. This I whispered, and echo murmured back the word, Lenore. Merely this, and nothing more. Back into my chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping, somewhat louder than before. Surely, said I, surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see, then, what threat is, and this mystery explored. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explored. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explored. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter, when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly day of yore. Not the least of obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with the mane of the lord or lady perched above my chamber door, perched upon the bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this Albany bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure not craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on this night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear a discourse so plainly, though it answered little meaning, little relevance bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing a bird above his chamber door. Bird or beast upon a sculpture bust above his chamber door, with such a name as nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word did he outpour. Nothing further than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, old friend has flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master who unmercilessly disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his song one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of nevermore. But the raven still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird, and bust and door. Then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy onto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungaining, ghastly gaunt of ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat eager in guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fury eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining, on the cushioned velvet lining, the lamp lit goading o'er, but whose velvet violet lining, with the lamp light goading o'er, she shall press, nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by a seraphim, whose footfalls trickled on turfed floors. Wrench, I cried, thy God hath let thee, by these angels he hath sent thee. Respite, respite and Nethley from the memory of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind of Nethley, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempered scent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, dislot yet undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there a balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by the heaven that bends above us, by the God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden if, within the distant Adedan, it shall clasp a sainted maiden whose the angels named Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden who the angels named Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as token of that lie thy soul has spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And that raven, never flittering, still is sitting on the palisade bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seemings of a demon that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him steaming, throwing his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out the shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. I was so happy when I finally lost all those extra pounds and reached my goal weight. Though it's kind of worrying that no matter what I eat now, I keep losing weight. The Witch of the Old Willow by Corpse Child. It was almost noon when Jacqueline Crow was led to the old oak tree where hung the gallows, forever condemned as a witch, the witch of the old willow. A tear betrayed her young face at her folly, hearing still the vicious accusations they cast upon her in a malicious volley. 12 times the bells clanged. Upon the last, she was hanged. She began to cry, the noose not allowing her to die. She feared she would hear their vile persecutions forevermore. The devil's devoted whore! By no ear was Jacqueline's cries met with mercy, having marked her every uttered word as perceived heresy. Tighter the lethal hemp dug into her pale skin, death yet not relieving her of her wrongful, accused sin. In the corner of her oceanic eye, the dark shadow in the crowd she did spy. She could hear his voice, the blasphemous sound. Her dread was now unbound. She could hear him now, goading her in her desperate sorrow. Say it, my sweet dear, pledged to by my dark hand, follow. With kerosene and fire, her prosecutors sated their murderous intent. Her cries and pleas for mercy were all but spent. 2 sparks, and the pyre neath her bare feet was alight. Dread pervaded her at all the recollection of that sad, grave night. Through the woods she and her lover would tread. In those woods his pledge of undying love for her was said. In the eyes of her lover she was hopelessly entranced. Around a fire they all night danced. Out of sight behind the tall pine, there stalked the shadow, fouler than the filthiest swine. It watched the lovers in their play. With vulpine exultation, he plotted to, with her, have his way. In her slumber he beckoned, urging her to allow him onto him. Her innocence he reckoned. His cunning tongue fueled his charade, appearing to her as a sweet serenade. Entranced, she blindly followed the siren call. That night lay beneath the spirit, her innocence would fall. Come the risen dawn, she and her beloved were surrounded by townsfolk claiming her to be infernal spawn. For a woodsman claimed the witness of a horrified scene in the night, the act of appalling, unclean rite. By hand and foot she was bound. Despite her wails, no mercy was found. Not even her love spoke to her aid, claiming with the demon he saw her laid. The court's judgment was swift. The execution of her life declared a boon, a gift. 3 sunsets passed in utter anguish. To cold, filthy, dark, unforgiving cell she would languish. She looked up to the waxy moon during her last nightfall. Mercy, Lord, hear my call. In her heart, she knew she had by God been forsaken. She felt her hope, her joy, and her will to live slowly be taken. Then, from the dark, abyssal shadows, he came, bearing the promise that her fate, her soul, would not suffer the same. Take my hand, my dear child, for through me may your vengeance upon those who have wronged you run wild. With desperate fear spreading in her breast, she gave heed to his ominous request. She desired only from her presence scouring to be spread. The fates of her soul and her following kin she no longer cared. Pledge your devotion, child, and by the rising sun of the next morrow, they will all forevermore waken, only as one cries to the heavens in sorrow. Higher and higher, she watched the flames climb. Feeling their unmerciful scorch, she looked to his eyes once more and knew it was time. Wanderer from beyond, Lord of Shadow, I beseech you, deliver me from peril, and deliver them into woe. My body, my heart, and my soul I will pledge to your every whim." Upon the conclusion of her damning and sacrilegious hymn, she screamed to the sky in agony. The crowd merely looked on in apathy, confident that they had ridden the land of wickedness. Thus the skies blackened, and over them all spread a mysterious drag of sickness. Once the ragging elements greedily consumed the drying oak pyre, reducing her to ash and searing her mind, heart, and soul by hellfire. They dispersed, a creepy dread eclipsing their former victory. Why and how was still a mystery. Through the darkness and beyond she tread, a vile place where even the innocent were bled. Pervading the void around her, she heard their anguishing cries. Their tears and their screams told no lies. They told her, through mind, body, and heart, how far her soul had fell. For she knew she would now forever tread in hell. The burned insignia of treachery upon her forehead would mark her heavenly isolation. The last tear she could ever shed was that of utter desolation. Through the seamlessly endless eons, her consciousness grew numb. Slowly, to the will of the wrath, she would succumb. From within her never-ending cycle of woe, she remembered her promise to the demon, wraithed in shadow. Her body, her heart, and her soul she would pledge to his every whim. Suddenly, there he stood, her dark seraphim. "By my will, I have delivered you from God's hand. By my power, you shall spread terror upon your once native land." With her soul empty and her heart bent, she vowed that only when the blood of her prosecutors and their descendants soaked the earth would her fury be spent. It was a grave dust that upon the old willow she came, her first target, a young and gorgeous dame. The first thing the dame would experience would be crippling fright. In her victim's suffering, Jacqueline took malign delight. The maiden's death did not end the depravity. She fervently reveled in her sheer inhumanity. It mattered not to her how, who, nor when, for she would murder all in the many coming nights. Men, women, and children. Her wrath knew no limit, felt no bonds. Her enraged shrieks were, for many, her coming sound. Beautiful women she would strangulate, young men in the night she would violate, and children, the sweet and innocent lads and lasses, in large shallow pits they would be found in masses. In terror the folks beseeched the aid of the priest. "Save us," they cried. "Deliver us from the clutches of this vile beast." When the sun lowered and once more was replaced by the waxing moon, the priest and his clerics enacted a plan, knowing the vengeful ghost would be coming soon. Wielding their image of Christ's sacrifice and Jacqueline Crow's ash remains, they resolved to bind her unclean soul to the tree at which she was burned, creating her purgatory within the mortal planes. For 3 hours, they recited their prayers at the base of Jacqueline's fury specter. "Our Father, who art in heaven, we come to you in this hour of terror. we ask only for your divine aid to bind this grave oak and deliver us, your children, from this scourge. Finally, they felt the phantom from the ground beneath emerge. At the sight of them, she attempted to tempt the young apprentice, promising their pleasures with her to be endless. The priest, not vexed by her facade, commanded in the name of God. Jacqueline Crow, concubine of Lucifer, I forever condemn you to this oak, your former sepulchre. At this, the enraged witch attempted a vicious attack. At the sight of the priest's cross, she was driven back. Finally, she had been driven back to the oak, as her body was consumed. In the shadow's name, she would evoke. With your pious ways, you have bought you and your bleating sheep only slight relief. Even bound, my power will always bring upon you all misery and grief. Remember this, for this tree will always bear this curse. Any of whom have taken of its delectable fruit, their bodies will be forfeit for me to traverse. Through them, my power and spirit will thrive anew. With her final declaration, she was finally subdued. The clerics disperse, returning to their homes, confident that the evil they face no longer freely roams. Despite their victory, they wouldn't neglect the phantom's dying claim, fearful that she may not again so easily be tamed. From each day hence, it was declared that the accused tree was forbidden, punishable as a high offense. For many moons following, the townsfolk were able to live in bliss. Most of them, seeing the blooming fruit, found it in them to resist. Such, however, would not last, for upon an unsuspected victim, it was supposed that a mysterious temptation was cast. The boon to eat of the cursed fruit was relentlessly insistent. Wary traveler, I sense you are hungry and in need of nourishment. Panic flooded the hearts of the townsfolk when one of the fruits was discovered with a bite. The mountain terror caused some to almost die of fright. Who had unleashed this monster allowed it to once again wander? None were able to prove the culprit, he who would forever live as the lich's puppet. To this very day, there are still none that could say. All that is known is merely this, that somewhere inside someone her evil is amiss. When or how her wrath will return, none may ever know. The hour it does will be the hour of anguish and perpetual sorrow, for they will all fall to the rage of Jacqueline Crow, the witch of the old willow. As he stared back at me, I didn't know what was more horrifying. The fact that his head had been viciously torn off of his body, or the fact that he was starting to stand up. I watch you from the dark, always. The moment you ignore your gut feeling and decide it's safe is when I introduce myself. Old Sarah and Her Jack-o'-lanterns by Lone Donut. Every Halloween, old Sarah would carve pumpkins, and every year, the neighborhood teenage boys would smash them. Sarah would spend hours, sometimes days, carving her pumpkins. She would carve and peel and scrape, making beautiful and terrifying designs on the orange flesh. Since her husband died some years ago, carving pumpkins became the only thing she would look forward to. Some asked her why she didn't keep them inside, considering they would be destroyed within a day of being put out on the stoop. Sarah would sigh and say, "I want the children to come to my house for candy. I am alone and have no children or grandchildren. I like to see their costumes and see them smile. So yes, I put my pumpkins out in hopes that maybe one day they'll attract the good children instead of the bad." The neighbors pitied Sarah and would try to watch out for the neighborhood thugs. They would warn them and threaten to call the police if they saw anyone loitering a little too long near Sarah's house. But still, even with the watchful eye of her neighbors, Sarah's pumpkins would still be smashed to bits within 24 hours. Every day, Sarah put out a pumpkin, and by the next morning it would be smashed. This continued until finally it was Halloween night. Children in costumes ranging from scary to sweet went from door to door giggling and awing over their sugary spoils. Neighbors were too busy with trick-or-treaters and their own children to pay much mind to Sarah's house. She currently had 5 large, articulately carved pumpkins. They sat on the stoop, ascending the stairs to her front door. They all held a bright, golden light illuminating from within. Little Johnny was finally old enough to trick-or-treat without his parents. They told me back in an hour, and his father showed him how to read his watch. He was dressed like Raphael from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and was running from house to house. His orange jack-o'-lantern candy bucket swinging violently to and fro as he went. But he did not drop a single piece of candy. It was nearly full, and he had enough room for maybe one more house. He stood at the end of the path leading to Sarah's porch. The lights in the house were dark, but the pumpkins lit up the front door in a eerie yellow light. He always heard about old Sarah and felt bad for her. He hadn't seen any of the other trick-or-treaters go up to her door. Slowly, he opened the front gate and made his way up the path. It seemed so quiet, the sounds of the children and families fading out behind him as he approached the old house. He wasn't sure why, but he was scared. Johnny stopped at the bottom of the stairs, peering up at the large oak door in front of him. He lifted one foot and placed it on the first step. His sneakers squelched as it landed in something wet and sticky. Looking down, Johnny lifted his foot to inspect whatever it was he stepped in. Dark red liquid stained the bottom of his white shoe and coated the first step. It ran down the gray stone and pooled to the bottom. Johnny froze, and his eyes slowly traced from where the liquid was coming from. Pouring out of every corner of the carving, the river of blood dripped. It steeped out of every mouth and every corner of their eyes, yet their candles still glowed. The pumpkins watched Johnny with wide, blood-stained grins. Little Johnny didn't even notice when he had wet himself in his costume. The next morning, the town was finally told what had happened. The previous night, Sarah had finally caught the boys who were smashing her pumpkins. Police weren't sure how she did it, but she somehow got the boys to enter her house, where she proceeded to chop them up. After slicing off their heads from their bodies, Sarah carved their faces. She scooped out the eyes, sliced off the nose, and carved smiles and grimaces onto their lips. She then proceeded to place each head into a pumpkins and place a small tea light candle on their tongues. Happy with her work, she placed them on the porch and awaited her first trick-or-treater. "Bullshit," Nick said, slapping his knee for emphasis. I held a hand up and laughed. Swear to God, my mom was a kid when it happened. Said she saw one of the pumpkins herself. I say, crossing my heart with one finger. Nick chugged the rest of his Bud Light and chucked it over his shoulder and into the woods behind him. Frank sat to the side, watching me seriously. "No shit," he said, leaning forward and clasping his hands together. "No shit. She told me to never go near old Sarah's place, or her ghost would do the same to me." I leaned back against a tree, taking another swig of my beer. Nick snored and stood up, wobbling a little. "Alright then, let's go check old Sarah out," he slurred, starting to walk away. "Wait, you want to go right now? But it's the middle of the night," Frank said, standing up quickly and going after Nick. I shrugged, down the rest of my beer, and followed after them. The town was dead quiet. I wasn't sure exactly the time, just that it was late. Nick charged ahead, drunkenly stumbling and teetering. Frank was beside him, catching Nick when he teetered a little too far, and was trying to convince him to stop. "Look, dude, I'm already in trouble with my folks. If they find out I was breaking and entering..." He dramatically drew his finger across his neck in a slicing motion and stuck out his tongue. Nick waved him off and kept going. I lazily followed after, looking up at the star-riddled sky. I didn't care either way. All I knew is that sleep was starting to call my name, and I was already ready to call it. "Hey, guys, why don't we go another night, huh? It's late and I'm tired and..." I was interrupted by my collision with Nick and Frank. They had stopped abruptly, and in my daze, I didn't notice. I peered past them, and suddenly felt very awake and sober. The house wasn't very big. 1 floor and maybe 2 bedrooms maximum. The windows were boarded shut, and the fence that surrounded the yard had seen better times. Nick was standing beside an old mailbox that had a large dent in it and was barely hanging on to the post. We stood and stared. Suddenly, Nick shoved Frank forward and laughed. "Go up and knock, man. See if old Sarah's still home," he said, laughing and shoving Frank up the path. Frank protested and tried to break free, but Nick was larger and stronger. He kept pushing Frank closer and closer to the porch. A cold breeze sent a chill up my spine, and I followed after. It seemed deathly quiet, and something in the air just felt off. Frank and Nick were stumbling up the porch, Nick laughing and Frank grumbling. Nick laughing and Frank grumbling. Raising one hand and winking, Nick knocked 3 times loudly on the front door. We stood, frozen, listening for any sound. The wooden gate behind us creaked, and we all jumped at the sound. Laughing and trying to ease the tension, I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. I plopped one in the corner of my mouth and flipped open my lighter. The flame was small, but bright in the dim light. Frank and Nick turned to look at me, and all the humor from their faces disappeared. They were looking over me to something that was behind me. Their eyes were wide and full of fear-inducing sobriety. I felt a cold breeze again, and the lighter went out. A soft, quiet voice whispered in my ear as I felt a hand on my shoulder. "Good boys never come to my house." It was then that I noticed the jack-o'-lanterns sitting at the bottom of the porch, its wide, toothed grin smiling at me as its sinister eyes glared. The hand tightened, and the unlit cigarette fell from my mouth. "Why do the bad ones always come?" The voice whispered in my other ear and then chuckled. "Trick or treat, boys." Never trust overly friendly people. Psychopaths smile when they stab people. I Just Love Halloween by That Effing Guy. For as long as I can remember, I've been absolutely obsessed with everything about Halloween. The gore, violence, fear, death, mayhem, and most importantly, the letting loose of inhibitions. It's a holiday of pure indulgence and debauchery. I've always thought of it as a holiday that was custom tailored to my tastes. As a child, I think that my exuberance for the festivities may have been a cause of some concerns, but my parents eventually came to terms with it and maybe even understood me a little better, I think. The small town in Minnesota where I spent my early childhood used to really get into the holiday too, so I suppose that might have added fuel to the proverbial fire. When I say they really used to get into it, I mean it's a lot more than just a few tame, little silly decorations around Main Street. The entire town would go all out. For the entire month of October, festivities would ramp up. There was a carnival at the town center, and dancers at the Agricultural Hall. The street would be decorated with scarecrows, pumpkins, spiderwebs, and the like. The park by the school would become a haunted bog. The Mason farm at the edge of town would carve a maze into the back corner of their cornfield. Each and every building on Main Street transformed to their own version of a haunted mansion, abandoned mental hospital, or whatever macabre incarnation that the homeowner or shopkeeper could conceive and construct. The path along the creek that ran the north side of the town would even host a spooky haunted hike. I think I remember that most vividly. I always wanted to be one of the people that got to hide along that path and jump out and scare the hikers. I never officially got to, though. The town stopped celebrating altogether after those kids went missing. I didn't see what the big deal was, though. I mean, if anything, the mystery only added to the suspense and fear. I mean, that's what Halloween is all about, right? It was the night before Halloween when they disappeared. I was only maybe 7 or 8 at the time, and my parents totally flipped out. The whole town went crazy, really. I remember it was the night before Halloween because I was super upset that I wasn't going to be allowed to go trick-or-treating. The town went into a kind of total lockdown back before lockdowns were hip. The kids that went missing were just a few grades ahead of me in school and couldn't have been older than maybe 12. They all had gone as a group just ahead of their parents. They skipped and danced along the haunted trail, joking and laughing the whole way. After a while, the laughter and jokes stopped. The children's parents didn't even notice at first. They had become distracted with their own conversations. It wasn't until they completed the hike that they realized that their children had never emerged from the woods along the creek. By the time they went back to try and find them, there was no trace. The path in the months other than October was just the hiking path where people would walk their dogs, some folks would jog, and young lovers could walk holding hands on a romantic moonlight strolls. I don't think it got much use after that Halloween, though. People really held on to and felt the trauma of those missing kids deeply. To me, it seemed silly. It's just a part of life. People die or go missing all the time. Plus, those particular children that went missing were pretty rotten little shits anyway. If you ask me, the town was better off without them running around being little assholes. For weeks, everyone in town searched the woods, and they dragged the creek what must have been 1,000 times. The only thing they ever found was a shoe. Just one shoe. Before too long, the town finally held a mass funeral for the missing kids. That was the last thing I remember the town ever doing together. I am just glad that I was young enough that it didn't totally ruin Halloween for me for the rest of my life. It was only a few years the town pretending the holiday didn't exist before my family and I moved to Arizona. My parents didn't talk about the missing kids again once we left Michigan. That was fine with me since it meant that I got to go back to celebrating Halloween in all of its glory. The whole family really got back into the holiday. Once again, every year we would go all out with the decorations. We were always that house in the neighborhood that some kids were scared to approach. This year, we are creating our very own haunted hike that meanders from the street through our yard to our door. I am finally going to officially be part of the whole disturbing ordeal. When I say I've been obsessed with this holiday, I mean I am that weird kid that loves it for more than just the candy. And everyone knows it. I love telling my classmates scary stories, tales of our old town and how they went all out. I even weaved a special one about those missing kids, how the town never found them, and whispers about a deranged killer that lurks in the woods. I think that one might have given some of my classmates nightmares. For me, being able to get that sort of reaction and that level of fear out of someone is almost like a drug. I love it so very much. That's why that year I decided that in order to get my fix, I was going to have to create a real buzz. Something that would truly terrify people. Missing children seemed to do the trick last time, but I wanted something more, something bigger. I wonder what would happen if they found the bodies this time. Perhaps mutilated this time. I have already got the kids picked out. I hope it's not harder with older kids. I thought that my parents would be furious when they discovered my plans, but to my surprise, they totally understood. They told me they had known about my addiction, if you will, for a long time. Dad told me all about how they pulled off hiding the bodies back in Minnesota so that I wouldn't be caught. I had always wondered how no one ever found them, but I was too excited by the fear the mystery caused to ask many questions, I guess. What can I say? I was young and hadn't developed my niche yet. It's going to be even better this time. We're going to use their body parts to decorate our haunted hike. It's going to be magnificent. So very lifelike. The best part is that we are going to start all over again after this Halloween. A new town, new identities, the whole works. The plan is truly beautiful and should create quite the stir. I figured just about the time folks start to figure out that the decorations are really body parts and the fire will start. When the smoke clears, the investigation should show my parents and I were among those that were trapped in the fire when the gas leak erupted. I just hope we don't have to wait so long to do it again after this year. Ever since coming off my meds, I was used to the voices I heard each night. I think you just whispered to me. Would you like me to enable whisper mode? Asked the Amazon Echo beside my bed. Me and my wife love playing practical jokes on people, and we're barely able to hold in our laugh as we told her that it was a prank. It was just so funny watching the heartbreak on the little girl's face when she realized we weren't going to adopt her from the orphanage. The Red Hill Halloween Special by Cryptic Wanderer. Dark clouds fill the sky. The rumbles of thunder come down from the mountains, and children won't stop ringing our doorbell. Halloween is finally upon us. Hello everyone, this is your creepy host Matt here. I had to take a break from our main story to present you with this special. Don't worry, it doesn't fit into the continuity of the rest of the series, so if you're new to it, you won't be completely lost. Without a further ado, I give you the Red Hill Halloween Special. The day was unseasonably warm for Avon, Maine. My brother Zach and I had been working all day getting the lawn cut and the chores done so that we could help Serena with a pool shed off to the side of the house. We all had a love for Halloween, and we wanted to do something great this year. So we decided to turn this shed into a haunted house. Plastic skeletons and paper ghosts littered the outside, along with a sign that proclaimed, "Trespassers will be eaten." Unfortunately, as fun as that theme was, it was also true. We took extra precautions and double-chained the bulkhead door to the cellar, but we couldn't be responsible for those who got lost. It's pretty unlikely that it would happen, but Captain Bubbles would eat the children in a heartbeat. To his credit though, the added effect of having an actual ghoul banging on the door from down below would be a bonus. Even Uncle Bob was getting into the spirit, as much as a ghost can, I suppose. He's been walking around talking about in the day when kids didn't need parents to go trick-or-treating, and how much of the treats used to be homemade. Nobody worried about being poisoned or stabbed with a razor blade when biting into a red delicious. It's pretty cool to hear about how things used to be when holes in the bed sheets was a popular costume. But I'm starting to get concerned about our beer supply. I can't tell you for sure, but I think the fact that it's Halloween makes his form more solid. He almost looked like he did when he was alive. He isn't floating around all over the place. He also isn't leaving a trail of beer on the ground everywhere he goes. Could be wrong, but he might even be a little drunk. Something to do with the Veil of the Dead and all that. Finally, we were close to being finished. Kids would come in, and Zach would jump out dressed as a roast turkey and scare them. They could get some punch and candy and be on their way out the back door. Serena was dressed as a witch, donning a purple hat with entirely too much glitter, and was tasked with handing out the treats. I would be the one leading them out. My costume was the best, by the way. I was dressed like Edgar Allan Poe. Twice, Zach asked me why I would dress like Gomez Adams, so I just learned to ignore it. Serena went back outside to check on the decorations one last time, and I got a great idea and went over to the side of the woodpile and hurled over Zach and Uncle Bob. Alright, when she comes back in, don't make any noise. On my signal, will jump out and scare the hell out of her. Sounds good, man. I haven't heard her scream since we were kids, and I threw that spider in her hair, laughed Zach. I think she was the one threw the spider in your hair, and that was also you screaming, chuckled Bob. Before Zach had a chance to defend himself, the door opened up again, and I shushed them both. I think I see people come. Huh? She started and then stopped, seeing the shed was empty. She began walking around with a confused look on her face, and when she came close, I silently counted off my hand. 1, 2, 3 was all I could get out. The ground beneath us quickly opened and pulled the three of us down with it. We landed on soft dirt in a shallow pool of water, thankfully, and Serena began to call out. "Don't come near!" I yelled. "You can end up falling in too. Just go get help from the fire department," I yelled up. "But they won't come here anymore since Zach burned down the family of scarecrows for fun," she replied. "Oh, darn it. That's right. Police are out. I guess maybe an ambulance? Fuck it. Go get Marvin and Cena," I yelled back. "Alright, I'll be back soon. Just hang on, guys," she yelled back. The sound of the chains rustled and the cellar door slammed hard. Serena screamed for a moment. Then it was silent once more. "That ghoul of yours sure is priceless," said Uncle Bob. "Bob, why are you still here? Can't you fly?" asked Zach. "Normally, but I think I'm too full of beer. I ain't felt this alive since I died." "Zach, your arm!" I said, looking over in horror. It was snapped between the wrist and the elbow, and the bone was sticking clear through, dangling there by loose skin. In a grotesque show, he pulled it off, meat and skin snapping apart like a rubber band, and then tossed it aside. "What the hell, man? What did you just do?" "Oh, relax. None of this is canon," he chuckled, pushing the real arm through the sleeve. "Alright, well, we're stuck in a sinkhole. What do you guys think we should do?" I asked. "It's Halloween. There's only one thing we can do. Ghost stories," said Bob, nodding matter-of-factly. So we hurled together in a circle, sitting in a soggy water, and Zach began to speak. "Alright, I got one that'll really knock your socks off. I call it the Circle of Death." Zach opened his eyes. The room was blurred, and the light coming in through the window was blinding. He fumbled around the table for his lighter. Nothing like a morning pre-roll to shake the cobwebs off. He claimed his prize and pulled a slightly crumpled joint from his shirt pocket. After sparking it up and taking a few deep puffs, he began to look around the room. "What the hell happened here? Hey, Matt? Maddie?" The room was in complete disarray. Photos knocked from the wall, chairs splintered and strewed about. Definite signs of a struggle had taken place. No answer from Matt. Zach decided to check for him upstairs. Oh shit! A huge pool of blood lay on the foot of the stairs. How many people had contributed to this lake? There was no choice but to walk through it. Crimson footprints marked each step going up. He wasn't the first to come through here. He raced up the stairs and over to Matt's door, slamming his massive frame into it. He tore through it like construction paper. There was no resistance whatsoever, and he nearly crashed into the opposing wall. Matt and Serena were startled awake. "What the hell, Zach? You're fixing the door." "You're alright? Thank sweet baby Jesus, I thought you guys were goners, and the door was like that when I got there, and also the door's not the only problem." Serena yawned loudly and spoke up. "Slow down, little buddy. What do you mean not the only problem?"
there is a puddle of blood at the bottom of the stairs big enough to swim in. I think we gotta get out of here, guys. Slow down, Zach. Let's go check it out. Can you give us a minute? Hell no, man. I ain't going out there alone. You ever seen those movies? Fine, whatever. Just close your eyes, would you? Matt gave a nod to Serena as Zach closed his eyes. They both got up and got dressed as quickly as they could. Alright, bro, you're good. Alright, let's get out of here. The three of them emerged from the room. Zach, being the largest, led the pack. Coast is clear, guys. Let's head. They hesitantly crept down the hallway and reached the top of the stairs. Holy shit, you weren't kidding. Surprised the ducks haven't moved in, said Serena. There is someone or something that is probably going to kill us if it finds us, and you're talking about ducks? Real nice, Serena. Real nice. Ladies first. Serena giggled as she pushed past the brothers and made her way down the stairs. Zach and Matt stared dazed for a moment before making their way down. Serena reached the bottom, turned up to say something to them. Her words never made their mark, however. Blood erupted from her neck and her head was pulled back. An invisible blade carved back and forth as her head was jerked around violently. After a few gruesome moments, the blade cut clean through the spine and her body fell limp. The head was suspended in midair, raining blood down as it fed the already swollen puddle. Zach and Matt turned and ran upstairs. Uncle Bob's room seemed like the best option. It also had the only escape on the second floor. They stormed into his room and slammed the door behind them. Zach began to stack furniture in front of the door as Matt looked around for something, anything to defend themselves with. He approached the door that randomly led outside and was puzzled by what he saw. There in the door were dozens of tally marks, 69 to be exact, all scratched into the wood. Zach, what is happening? Serena, she's dead, Zach. What the fuck is happening? His heart pumping loudly in his ears. Zach? Matt turned to look at his brother. Zach stood with his shoulder pressed against a dresser he had dragged him from the door. A fog rolled off his body, much like dried ice. Matt got closer and felt the warmth drain from his face. Zach was covered in ice, an expression of fear stuck frozen on his face. An eerie creak began from the door. Matt began to take steps back. 1 step. 2 steps. The creaking grew louder. 3 steps. Then bang! The door and makeshift barricade, along with his brother, shattered into a million icy shards. Matt backed up against the door leading to the roof, tears stinging the spots on his cheeks from where the ice had cut into him. As the ice settled, he could make out a figure looking in the doorway. It was almost human, but distorted and much too large. It slowly crept forward. Matt shook with fear. He felt for the knob to try and make his escape, but it wasn't there. He turned to look for it, but it was as if there had never been one at all. He turned back to face the creature. It was closer now, less than a moment at this rate. For some odd reason, this all felt so familiar. The fear gradually evaporated, leaving another feeling in its place. Deja vu. With each step the creature took, it became more and more clear. This had all happened before, and it would all happen again. Matt retrieved his pocket knife and opened it. He turned to face the door once more and etched a line crossing the last 4 marks. Guess this makes 70. He felt a strong, clawed hand on his shoulder and hot breath on his neck. He closed his eyes and placed the knife back in his pocket. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Zach finished his story, and we could all hear the sound of something being scraped in the distance. Serena? Zach yelled. There was no reply. The scratching continued, but we just resumed our stories. That was actually pretty good, Zach, I admitted. Thanks. I used the time I almost died in the old folks' home as inspiration. Evil place. Well, I've been telling you kids history all night. I suppose one more story couldn't hurt. I don't really got a name for it. Most folks don't give titles to the stories back then. But I guess you can call it The Gathering of the Dead. It's been pretty quiet around here for the past few years, other than the occasional spirit passing through. The house was built in 1820, and many generations have come and gone. In old times, people didn't leave home much, so most died at home and were buried nearby. Oftentimes, the grave markers were forgotten or lost track of over time. Who knows how many souls you disturb by just mowing the lawn? I have met up with probably a dozen spirits here. Some are silent and just whisk around, not really wanting to be seen. Others are loud with sounds or actions, trying to rid the place of the living that disturb them. There are also children spirits, still playful and impish, even in death. I guess they don't know the scoop of what happened to them. Halloween seems to be an active time for spirits. They all come out at once, so you get a variety of activity. A few years back, I was watching the news, and I heard a baby crying upstairs. I knew there was no living people or animal in the house, but I had to go take a look. I found nothing up there, but heard a ruckus downstairs. I came down, the kitchen table had moved to the center of the room. The spare leaf had been put in the center to make it bigger, and every chair and stool in the house were gathered around it. Even my damn recliner. I decided that if they were going to have a gathering, probably ought to go out on the town for the night and let them have at it. It was nearly 7 on a Friday night, so the local bar was starting to get a crowd. Mind you, it's a small town, so a crowd consists of 20 people. The entertainment was just a pool table, some drunk characters, a jukebox, and later on some drunks trying to sing karaoke. I'm pretty quiet, so just grabbed a pitcher of beer and took it to an empty booth at the side. Many times I went there to kick ass in pool tournaments, but tonight there were just a bunch of young punks playing that didn't even know what end of the table to break from. After half my pitcher was gone, an old friend Elaine came in. She got herself a ginger ale at the bar and came back and sat in my booth. "What brings you down off the hill?" she asked. I proceeded to tell her what happened at the house. She was quite interested because she had messed around with the spirit world for quite some time. Rumors had long circulated in town that she was a witch. We had dated when we were younger, a few good times in the sack, but never really went beyond that. She wanted to come back to the house with me with hopes of meeting some ghosts. I finished my pitcher and we went to my car. Drinking and driving wasn't a big thing back then. Cops were only involved when things went bad. Other than that, you were responsible for your own actions, and no one else butted into your business. I sure do miss those times. Once, a few friends and I slowly rolled my van into someone's backyard in town, beside the cemetery. We fired the beer cans into the bushes, and 3 friends took off on foot. The county sheriff deputy eventually came and didn't even get out of his car. He shined his spotlight on the upside-down van, asked if anyone got hurt, and said to get out of there, boys. We walked the 5 miles home, getting back about midnight. The next day, we went back with my brother in his Impala, pushed the van upright by hand, and dragged it home with his car. Elaine and I got back to the house. There was a glow coming from the kitchen windows. I know that I hadn't left anything turned on. I unlocked the front door, and we went inside. The chairs were still around the table with a faint glow in each one. There was a low humming sound, like they were all chanting together, slowly. I reached for the light switch beside the door, but nothing happened when I flicked it on. By now, Elaine had gone over and knelt beside the recliner to listen to their low chant. I decided to go back to the car and get my flashlight. When I returned, Elaine met me outside the door. "It's kinda weird," she said. "It's like they're having a seance to keep the living out of the house." "Well, they better learn that it's my house now," I said. I went to the bulkhead in the shed and down into the cellar. Sure enough, the main had been switched off in the power panel. I turned it back on and heard quite a commotion on the floor above. I went back out front and saw that the kitchen light was now on. Elaine and I went back inside and were surprised that the table and chairs were all back in their places and the spare leaf was out of the table. Elaine talked me into having our own little seance. I agreed, on the condition that I could have a beer at the same time. She lit a couple candles and turned the lights off and proceeded to do her own low chants. After 10 minutes, she was just finishing up when a coffee cup fell out of the cupboard and smashed on the floor. She said the spirits were trying one last attempt to scare us off. She finished her last chant and blew out the candles. I turned the lights back on, and she said the spirits shouldn't bother too much anymore, but that there might be a stray one now and then. She said that she had one last chant to protect me, so I said, okay. "Spirits of this house, let this man be. I command you, this promise keep. For all his time, let him sleep." I said, "Well then, sleep sounds like a good idea." She agreed and asked if she could crash on the couch. I said of course, and the night was quiet after that. There hasn't been much spirit activity here since that night. When he was done speaking, Zach and I slowly looked over each other. Our eyes were wide, and we locked sight. "Ah!" We both screamed, hugging each other in a mocking show of terror. "I hate to say it, but that was about as lame as soggy toast, Uncle Bob," Zach said. "Yeah, I mean, it was good, but it wasn't all that scary," I said. Just as the words left my lips, we could hear things being rapidly moved around the house. There were murmurs, like people talking and laughing, and I swear I could hear a baby crying. "Oh, don't mind that. They're just having their annual get-together. You go ahead and tell your spooky tale, Matt," he said with a chuckle. "All right, well, I guess it's my turn now. I call it Frankenzack." The sun had set not too long ago, and darkness overtook the cemetery. Everything was all grainy and in black and white as color hadn't been invented yet. Not a single soul living or dead could be heard. Only the sound of the shovel scraping into the dirt again and again. "Damn it, bro, why did you have to try and teach the moose remedial Spanish?" Matt hissed to himself. He continued to dig until he hit the casket, brushing the dirt aside. He lifted the heavy 3-foot coffin out of the hole and onto the grass above. Laying out a sigh, he climbed out and brought it over to the truck, tossing it unceremoniously into the bed. With that, he left and went back to the house. After lugging the coffin up the stairs and onto the roof of the pool shed, outside of Uncle Bob's room, Matt kicked off the top, revealing a small figure inside. It was a great thing the circus was in town that week. Being such a small population, death were scarce and fresh bodies were hard to come by. It was by a stroke of luck that the lion went feral that day. The lion tamer whipped the creature one too many times, and the clown who'd stood near it had his legs ripped to shreds. It was unfortunate that he was also a midget, but beggars can't be choosers. He glanced over to Zach's ruined body once more before cutting open the little man's skull. Matt tugged the brain out, making a wet pop as the stem detached, then tossed it aside. Taking Zach's brain, he shoved it inside and then closed it up. The legs are really a problem, so he decided to swap them around too. "Wait, This is like next level surgeon stuff you're talking here. How are you just gonna swap them out like I'm Mr. Potato Head? Asked Zach. Will you be quiet and just don't worry about it? I shouted back. So, the body and brain finally together, Matt continued his dark work and raised the table. It was only a couple feet up, as he didn't actually have a lab to work with. But he stepped back and waited. Thunder had been promised tonight in the forecast, and while the sky was full of clouds, they continued to drift on by in a peaceful night. Are you kidding me? Matt yelled. I spent all day at a freaking circus tent, dealing with other people's terrible children, subtly shooting a lion in the ass with a pellet pistol, and dug up a midget clown's body for the weather to be wrong? No. You're going to give me lightning like you promised, god damn it! No sooner did he say the words, a bolt of lightning blasted down out of nowhere. Matt fell on his ass and quickly got up to put out the small fires around the roof. Heat steamed off the body before him, and slowly the hands started to twitch. The torso began to rise as his eyes opened to stare down at Matt. Letting out a moan, Matt nearly jumped out of his skin seeing the thing before him. Haha, it worked! I can't believe it! I mean, it's alive! It's alive! The small frame sat at the edge of the table with its freakishly long Zach legs, and then stood up. Altogether, it was about the size of a normal person, but the combination looked so terribly wrong. Before Matt could react, it stumbled forward and fell off the roof. Damn it, I guess I better go get him. Matt ran back into the house and out the door to the shed, but it was already gone. The creature still had Zach's brain and personality, but it was severely dumbed down. He made it to the edge of Phillips and happened upon a little girl. She was playing with her dolly, and seeing the creature, she walked over and offered up her prized possession. Friggin' Zach wasted no time in taking it and booting her into a well. Laughing, he continued on towards Main Street. People saw him emerge from the shadows and began to scream in horror. Frank and Zach didn't pay it much mind, as he went over to the cake shop. Breaking the display window, he proceeded to devour as many confectionates as he could. His stomach was much smaller than he remembered though, and it equated to about a half a cake, so... Stuffed full of few pieces, he ran towards the apartment complex that housed a few of the town's local whores. Sasha had just stepped out of the shower after another customer left. She sat on the bed, not bothering to put on any clothes, and brushed her long brunette hair. Zach slowly stumbled his way through the door, quietly making his way over to her room. She lifted a mirror to do her makeup and screamed seeing his horrible, burnt clown face in the mirror. She quickly backed up and struggled to understand how such a little body could have such long-ass legs. It was true that Zach was part Sasquatch, but she never had time to put the two together. "Friend," he said, looking over her naked body. His high-pitched voice would have been hilarious under normal circumstance. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out the cash he had in his wallet, and tossed a couple $100 towards her. Not being one to turn down cash, the two proceeded to get busy. Afterwards, while smoking a joint, she began to ask him questions like, "Am I pretty?" and "Are you seeing anyone else?" His instincts fired up at all cylinders and made to leave as fast as possible. She wasn't having it though. She wrapped her arms around him, trying to pull him back. Like a cornered animal, Frank and Zach lashed out, smacking her to the bed, his tiny hands wrapping around her throat, and as much as she scratched and slapped and almost threw him off, she finally laid still. "Bad lady," he yelled in his high-pitched tone. He left her dead body there as he looked to the street, heading to the one place that he knew would be safe. Unfortunately, word around town had spread, and the townspeople began gathering anything they could find as a weapon, and carrying torches through the streets. Frankenzack ran as fast as his freakishly long legs could carry him, which was pretty fast. And finally, up ahead, his haven came into view. It was the Bull, the local pizza place that Serena used to work at. Not wasting a second, he smashed through the door and struggled to push the tables up against it. The two guys working inside were understandably confused when they saw this thing appear inside their establishment. They went up to him to tell him off, and he began to growl at them. They laughed as his little arms couldn't reach them, and they started pushing him around, back and forth. Frankenzack gave a mighty scream of anger that were to no avail. Matt, knowing his brother's eating habits, went to the Bull as well. The door was locked, but he knew he was in there. He also knew that in about 5 minutes there would be an angry mob there as well. He needed to hurry. He went around to the back, and luckily the service entrance was open. Running through the kitchen, he came upon the sight of the two bullies messing with his brother. Anger grew hot in his chest, and Matt threw a can of tomato sauce at one of their heads. Pop! The can exploded in a mess of red, covering not only the cashier, but also his brother. He dropped to the ground like a stone, and the other man ran out the back. "You okay, bro?" Matt asked. "Zack ugly! Zack monster!" he said sadly. "It's okay, buddy. Matt's here," he said, giving him a hug. Suddenly the door began to bang. Outside they could hear the angry shouts of the mob as they forced their way in. The tables were pushed from their positions, and the door slowly opened, laying in a stream of people. "There he is! It's the monster! It needs to die!" They all screamed in tandem. They began to make their way forward, knives and other awful weapons raised, and Matt put himself between them. "He's not a monster, he's my brother, and you people are going to leave him alone. You're the real monsters here. All of you with your axes and your fire. Zack is a saint compared to you all." The crowd momentarily stopped their pursuit and seemed to reflect upon Matt's words. Just as they thought they were going to drop their weapons and go home, someone screamed, "Kill him anyway!" Out of the crowd came a Molotov cocktail, fire exploding out with them. Matt was trying to pull his brother with him to the back door, but in his high-pitched voice he spoke. "No! Brother, go! Leave Zack here!" Matt tried to convince him to come, to talk him out of it, but the fire was raging, and there was no reasoning with him. With a final shove that was hilariously weaker than it should have been, Matt watched on, completely distraught as his only brother disappeared into the flames. "Well, that was a depressing story," said Zack. "Like, you didn't even try to get me out of there, you just let me burn." "Yeah, that's what you get for playing with wildlife," Uncle Bob replied. The scratching had persisted up to this point, but it was becoming even louder. We looked at each other with confused expressions, when finally the wall behind Bob began to open up. "Oh shit, it's Mr. Bubbles," said Zack. The ghoul we had trapped in the basement finally found a way to us, blood already coating its claws and face, and from the sparkling purple witch hat that sat on top of its head, I think I knew why. In a fury of motion, proceeding to disembowel and tear us apart, finally, after all this time, he got to feast on our flesh, and when he was satisfied, he smiled and walked back to the hole he dug. "Happy Halloween," he exclaimed as he laid down and entered the most peaceful sleep of its undeath. When the apocalypse started, I was ecstatic to learn that I was immortal, and that my body would regenerate any lost limbs. Unfortunately, the undead hordes quickly learned of my power and have been using me for an unlimited food supply. The Shortcut by 242. It was a chilly October evening. The leaves covered the path before her, bright orange and red, muted by long shadows of the sun escaping into the west, just about to disappear altogether. She pulled her green hood over her head, the cold sneaking its way into the air already. The park was empty, and she knew the snow would be soon to come. A week max was her guess, which means the shortcut would be no good for 2 days like always. The soft crunch of the leaves under her feet filled her with joy. She truly loved autumn, and the end would be soon. Her heart stopped as she heard a second crunch behind her. She hadn't seen anyone since she entered. She turned to look behind her, but the sun had finally fallen completely behind the horizon, and she saw nothing that could have made a sound like that. She felt nervous, and she began to pick up her pace. The crunching of the leaves and her heartbeat was all she could hear. The trees grew thicker around her, and since all the light she had was the street lamps, it made them look eerie, as if reaching out to her. "Ouch!" she screamed as a branch caught her arm, ripping her sleeve. She put her hand over the area. She pulled back her hand to see red covering it. Really? Her steps became faster since she wanted to get home now and wrap that arm. Another branch hit her face and cut her cheek. Her eyes shot up, and she noticed all the trees had gotten closer to her, like they were reaching for her. Without thinking, she put her arms before her face and ran forward. The pain was intense as the branches cut up her arms like dull knives. She could feel the warmth of her own blood running down her arms, but she didn't stop till she was out of the trees. Once she was safe, she looked at her arms covered in cuts, and her sleeves were just barely holding it together. The cuts were not the worst she had felt, but they hurt, and the cold air did not help. She stood there, trying to get her head around what had just happened. She heard the crunching of the leaves once more. She turned her head, and this time what she saw almost made her scream. A being made of what looked like leaves and broken branches stood before her. Its orange, glowing eyes looked at her. It reached a hand out, and leaves flew at her. She didn't have time to react as they cut her face up. She turned and started to run through the park, almost to the exit in her home. The creature followed behind her, and she could feel the leaves cutting at her back, the hot blood running down her legs. The moment she stepped out of the park, it all stopped. She turned back and saw nothing. Everything looked like a normal late autumn evening. With that, her shortcut became a place she would never step a single foot in again. Trick or treat. The crescent moon hung in the star-splattered night sky. Not a cloud could be seen as the people on the street walked around. It was full of children in costumes, and some adults wore some as well. 3 boys ran from a house laughing. Each of them opened their bags to see their goodies.
Full size.
Yelled the one in the Wolverine costume.
Fred, he gave us full size. We have to hit that one again, bub.
The one that was wearing the Batman costume closed his bag, nodding.
Oh yeah, we're going to, Will. Unless your mom calls you back early, Jamie.
The boy pulled his red gloves up for his Saitama costume.
She said I could be out till 10. We have lots of time, so let's do it.
Fred smiled and turned to the next house.
Then let's see what this one's got.
The house had tombstones throughout the yard. Each one had a skeleton pulling themselves out of the ground as moans played. This house was always very spooky, and many little kids stayed away, but not them. They were brave after all. Fred walked to the door first, and the other 2 followed him. He knocked as the other two got into position. As the door opened, all three screamed.
Trick or treat!
An old lady stood before them. Had to be 100, smiling her toothless smile. Oh, hello there. She pulled a handful of candy out of her bowl. I see we have a Wolverine. Good choice, she said as she put the handful of candy in his bag. I see we have a Batman. The woman put another handful into his bag. She reached in and took a third as she turned to Jamie, looking puzzled. Who might you be? Jamie looked at her to her handful of candy. It felt like she was holding it back till he told her.
Saitama from One Punch. He's a superhero as well.
Jamie said sheepishly. The old lady nodded and let go of the candy with that. A group of superheroes. The city is safe tonight. Have a good night and make sure you're good. She closed the door when they turned to leave. They looked at each other before looking into their bags. She had given them a huge amount of candy compared to most houses. Jamie looked back at the house.
That was really odd.
Fred laughed a little.
She must just like to know what the costumes are or something.
Will nodded as he looked around the street.
Some people are odd. Now, let's head to the next street over.
All three of them nodded and took off to the next street. Time passed quickly. It was 9:30 as they headed back towards home, aiming to go to the old lady and the full candy bar one before giving up the night. Will looked at Jamie.
You still good?
He asked with concern. Jamie nodded.
Yeah, I feel really good today. I just wish every day was like today.
His voice was happy at first, but turned sad at the end. Fred put his arm around Jamie.
Don't worry, you'll beat it. And we'll have tons of nights like this.
He smiled at his friend.
You're Saitama, after all. One punch and it's done.
Jamie laughed, but started to cough, stopping dead in the street as he coughed hard. Will brought out a handkerchief he had, even though it was old school.
You okay?
Will asked once Jamie had stopped. Jamie nodded.
Yeah, I'm okay. Come on, cancer can't beat me. Let's get those houses and head home.
Fred and Will nodded and helped him stand straight, both worried and wanted to let their friend have some fun. Will opened his bag.
Instead of getting more candy,
He pulled a dozen eggs out.
let's egg that old lady's house.
Fred shook his head.
Now let's do the one on the right that gave us no candy.
He took a few eggs. Jamie nodded as he took some as well.
Yeah, she's a little old lady and gave us a lot. Let's go for the house to the right.
They all headed down the street. Will threw the first egg to the house they had agreed on. It hit one of the top windows. Fred threw the next one, and it hit the house. Jamie joined in, but it hit the grass. The guys all laughed and kept throwing till they were out, the last one hitting the front door before they took off down the street. Once they were around the corner and out of sight of the house, they went back to walking. They got to Jamie's house first, making sure he was good. They got there a few minutes after 10, but his mother wasn't mad. Thank you, Fred and Will. Happy Halloween! She waved at them before closing the door. Fred and Will headed back to Fred's house for their sleepover. Jamie was supposed to join, but with his health, his mother didn't want him away from home for too long. The boys stayed up late, checking their candy before eating a bunch, passing out before midnight in Fred's room. A creak in the room made Fred open his eyes. He checked his phone for the time. 12:45 it read. He groaned, not feeling great from all the candy. He went to roll over when he heard another creak from his window. He looked over at Will's sleeping body, or should have. Will was not there. Maybe he went to use the washroom? Fred thought. He looked over to the window that was open, his curtains moving slowly as the moon shone on them. He rubbed his eyes, trying to clear them. Another creak filled the air. This time, when he looked, he could see a figure close to him, standing over him. Before he could even scream, everything went black. When Fred opened his eyes again, he was tied to a chair. He looked to his right, and he saw Jamie and Will tied up with him, both still asleep. He tried to scream, but found unable to. "Oh, naughty boys can't scream," said a voice to his left. When he looked, he saw the little old lady from before, but she looked younger. "I hoped you would be good, but you disappointed me." Fred could hear the other two waking up.
What do you mean?
Fred asked, now confused why he could talk but not scream. "You boys egged poor Miss Jackson's house. Now since you tricked, I get my treat." Will groaned.
What is she talking about?
His voice was weak. Jamie looked around scared. He tried to scream, but found like Fred, he was unable to. No, you can't scream. I took that already. Speak all you want, but my spell bound your scream, silly boys," the old hag said, smiling with teeth. "I already found one treat this evening, and 3 more will make me so young again." She pulled a bowl close to her and started to cut up something they couldn't see.
What are you?"
Jamie asked, sounding very scared. The old lady looked at him as she tipped what she had into the bowl. A witch, but more accurately, a hag. She looked down at the bowl. Now we're ready to start. She picked up the bowl and walked to them. "For a trick, I pick a treat. In the name of the gods, I call for payment of extended life." She pulled a black blade out from behind her back. Each boy started to yell different things. "Silence!" she commanded, and their voices disappeared, even as they spoke. "I take the blood," she continued on, her knife cutting Fred's hand and letting his blood run into the green liquid in the bowl. As it did, the color started to change, becoming yellow instead. "I take your life force to make my life whole once more," she said, taking Will's blood now. "With each, I extend my life 20 years. She took Jamie's blood last, and take your health as my own." With those last words, she started to drink down the bowl's liquid. They could all see the liquid turn from yellow to black. At first, they grew weaker, feeling like someone was stealing their energy, but then they felt it rush back. The hag dropped the bowl as she kneeled over in pain. Jamie started to cough hard. "What is wrong? How did the spell go wrong?" the hag screamed in pain. Her body started to grow older and older before she turned into nothing but dust. As she did, the ropes let them go. Will and Fred ran to Jamie, who was now on the ground, coughing hard.
Jamie!
They yelled as one just before Jamie coughed up something black, like thick tar, and rolled over, lying on his back, breathing hard. His eyes opened slowly.
Are you okay?
Will asked, kneeling next to Jamie. Fred made a face at that thick glop on the ground. It smelled like rotten garbage.
I haven't felt this good in years.
Jamie said, blinking a few times before looking at them. As the boys left the old hag's house, Fred spoke in a quiet tone.
Did cancer just save our lives?
Halloween Event by 242.
It was one of those stressful days. Nothing had gone right at work. So, once Dustin got home, he took a quick shower, washing the stress off him. He knew how late it was. His wife, Jen, was already fast asleep for work in the morning. He changed into some loose clothes before heading into his game room. As he opened the doors, soft lights came to life. The walls were covered with posters of his favorite games. His eyes fell on a Zelda one, his favorite. He had paid so much for that poster, and he loved it. After a few deep breaths, he let himself fully forget the day at work. Jack would be on his case tomorrow due to the order mistake, but there was nothing he could do about it. A beep brought the computer to life. The dual screens turned on as the lights on his computer hummed. His rig had cost him a pretty penny, but it was so worth it. He turned the lights off on the keyboard once he brought up the game he wanted. He did the same to the monitors, not needing them. He put his gloves on that were his controllers, and then he picked up the VR helmet. He took one more breath before putting it over his head. In a few moments, the game came to life before his eyes. A soft smile spread across his lips as he saw the words, "Welcome back, Sir Night Dragon Killer." He tapped the Enter Server button. A pop-up came up in parentheses. "The Halloween event has started, and we hope you enjoy it. Dash Developers." His smile grew wider as he hit OK. It was a few days early, and they had been saying the event was going to be different than the year before. He couldn't wait to see what they had done. Dustin spawned into a small town he had disconnected in. It was night, and the road was covered in Halloween decorations. He walked over to one of the jack-o'-lanterns and looked at it, amazed at the detail they put in it. He swore it looked real and he could pick it up. He looked around as he heard a scream for help. As he ran towards it, he pulled his sword and shield out. He saw a pop-up on his screen, entering a Halloween world event. It disappeared after a few moments, and before him, he saw NPCs running away as an undead horde stumbled after them. A huge smile appeared on his face. They didn't normally do events in the city. This was really different. He charged into battle, casting Shield Bash to knock one of the zombies away from a woman who was trying to bite. He turned and slashed another in half, watching it fall down before turning to ash. One tried to walk up behind him, but he slammed him with his shield growing. The horde seemed to grow as he started to cut down each zombie. He took damage from their nails, but not enough for him to worry about. The zombies were slow and clumsy, and before he knew it, he had killed all of them. He was sweating in real life from all the movement he made to kill them. Normally, the fighting wasn't so intense. He saw a pop-up about winning the events and experience he had gained. He moved his character to a seat and sat him down before he did the same in real life. He looked around the area as he caught his breath. The moon was blood red, which he had not noticed before. He thought to himself how cool that was that he felt a sharp pain on his neck and his health went down. He got up in real life and the game, looking behind him. There was an NPC that had been attacked. "Oh shit, it's contagious," he said out loud before cutting the NPC down as well. That sucked. I hate cheap shots like that. He closed his eyes and took a breath before opening them up. On the top right, next to his health, was a debuff with a counter. It had 5 minutes on it. He looked confused because he had not recognized the system that they had used. It wasn't poison or mana drain. He opened up his menu to look at the Halloween notes, but it said nothing about a new status effect. He was frustrated at the developers for not saying anything, but it was over in 5 minutes anyway. He could just explore a little more and see what else they had done. Walking down the street, he didn't really see many other players, though the city wasn't the most popular and it was late. The timer was down to the last 30 seconds when he decided to head out. He walked towards the teleporting crystal. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the timer reached 1, he reached out to the crystal, but as he did, his brain shot into pain. He screamed and put his hands on his helmet, wanting to rip it off his head, but he couldn't. The pain seemed to sap his strength. His hands fell to his side and his avatar stopped moving.
The next morning, his wife Jen woke up to get ready for work. She was confused when she didn't see her husband next to her. She knew he stayed up late, but always came to bed eventually. She got out of bed, yawning and stretching. She got to her feet and walked out of the bedroom. "Dustin?" she called out into the hall. She checked the bathroom. Nope. Living room. Nope. Oh, please don't tell me you fell asleep on the computer again. She walked into the kitchen and turned on the coffee maker. Once that was done, she headed to the game room and sighed as she saw Dustin sitting in his gaming chair with a VR headset on. "I really need to stop doing this," she said more to herself than anything. Slowly, she took his gloves off. His hands twitched a little as she did. She put them on the charger, knowing they were dead. She shook her head as she lifted the helmet off his head and placed it on its charger as well. When she looked back, she noticed his eyes were open. "Oh, Dustin, are you still awake?" She was very confused. It was very early, but he hadn't tried to do an all-night gaming session in several years. Dustin let out a groan as he looked up at her. His right eye looked like the blood vessels had broken, staining it red. His face looked pale, and he seemed to be shivering a little. Before she could speak, he got to his feet and ran at her. He pushed her onto his desk, making everything fall from it. Jen got her hands up to protect herself. The feeling of her husband's teeth biting into her arm made her let out a scream. She had never felt pain like this before. She pushed him away from her, making him rip some of her skin off of her arm. She let out another scream and tried to run for it. Before she got out of the room, she was pushed into the wall, her hand grabbing onto it and pulling the Zelda poster down as she fell to the ground. She rolled over just in time to see her husband's face, covered in her blood, coming towards her. She brought her arms up to defend her face, and he bit down on her fingers. She felt his head jerk to the side, and 2 of her fingers went with it. The pain flashed white-hot for a moment, almost making her faint. With all her might, she kicked him between the legs, which made him stumble back and groan in pain. Jen got to her feet and ran out of the room, heading to their bedroom as fast as she could. There was a lock and her cell phone was in there. She moved as fast as her feet would take her. She could hear Dustin coming after her. He wasn't that fast. It seemed he was having troubles keeping steady. Maybe from when she kicked him? When she was at their door, she slammed it closed and locked it, just in time as she heard Dustin run into it and groan. The door didn't seem to want to stay. She looked around the room before moving their dresser in the way. She could hear him ramming his body into the door. Jen picked up her phone and dialed 911. As the phone rang, she grabbed a towel and wrapped it around her hand and arm. What the hell had gotten into him, she thought to herself.
911, what's your emergency?
A woman's voice said on the other side. The calm and collected voice made her immediately feel a bit better. Yes, hello. My husband attacked me. I need the police and an ambulance, please, Jen said, trying hard not to let her voice shake as she spoke.
Okay, ma'am. Where do you live?
I am at 5742 Evergreen Road, Jen said as she heard Dustin's body hit the door again, making her shake.
I have the police on the way, ma'am. What is your name?
Jen Smith, she said as she held her hand close to her.
Jen Smith.
The woman said as she typed it down.
Are you hurt?
Yes, my husband Dustin bit my arm and then bit off 2 of my fingers, she said, almost crying.
Is your husband on drugs that you know of?
No, he doesn't do drugs. He fell asleep on his computer, and when I took his VR helmet off, he had his eyes open, and then he attacked me, pushed me into his computer and then against the wall. Both times he bit me. Jen wiped her tears from her eyes. Her voice was shaking as she spoke about what had just happened to her. Dustin was groaning and kept trying to get through the door. He's slamming himself against the door right now. I don't understand what's happening. Please, get the police here soon.
They are on their way, Jen, and the ambulance as well.
The 911 operator said as calmly as she could.
Have you tried to stop the bleeding?
Yes, I have a towel around it.
Good. Now, I want you to get something to protect yourself. And what room are you in? Is the front door open?
I'm in the bedroom and the front door is locked. Jen looked around herself, not really seeing a weapon. The floor was covered in clothes and bed sheets. I don't have anything in this room to use as a weapon.
That's okay. Then just keep him out.
Jen nodded. Okay. She realized her eyes felt very heavy. Her body was starting to not really want to move. Had she really lost that much blood? Please hurry. I don't feel too good.
They are getting there as fast as they can. Please, try to stay awake.
Jen muttered something, but before she knew it, the world was black. Her eyes just wouldn't stay open anymore.
Officer Mackenzie's night had been an odd one. It was maybe 2 more hours till he was done with his shift, and he was looking forward to falling asleep next to his dog, Chester.
Patrol car 674, please come in.
Patrol car 674, he answered back.
I need you to head to 5742 Evergreen Road. It will be on your computer now. Domestic dispute.
10-4, he said before looking over at his partner Collins. He was a good man that was a little newer to the force. Here we go. Collins nodded before he turned the lights on and Mackenzie took off down the road. They flew down the streets. For a while the roads were empty. At first they were making really good time, but then they hit some traffic that was stuck due to a red light and everyone had trouble getting out of the way. By the time they got to the house, it had taken 15 minutes. The operator had told them the door would be locked and also the woman's name was Jen, and she was in the bathroom. Mackenzie grabbed the door opener, as he liked to call it. Collins nodded as he got to the door, knocking. "Police, open up," Collins called, his hand on his gun. When there was no sound on the other side, Mackenzie came up and pushed the ram against the door and Colin and him used it, opening the door. They let it drop before moving into the house. It was so dark inside, the blinds were pulled, making the entrance room really dark. It didn't help that the sun wasn't up yet. They both pulled out their flashlights and headed inside, with their hands on their guns. "Police!" Mackenzie called out this time. They walked into the house slowly, clearing the living room and walking into the kitchen. They could smell the freshly brewed coffee, mixed with a metallic tang. Mackenzie went to the door on the left and opened it. He found a room that was wrecked. The computer was mostly on the ground. He could see blood in a few objects as well as a poster on the ground with blood on it as well. "Clear." Colin moved to the right towards the small hall that led to the bedroom. One door was opened, leading to a bathroom. "Clear," Collins called as he saw no one in the bathroom. As he turned around, he could see blood on the walls. He moved slowly, following it. It led to a door that was busted in. blood covered the door and a terrible sound hit his ear. He hadn't heard it until now as he grew closer to the door. His flashlight flowed into the room. He saw a dresser had been pushed out of the way and a man covered in blood. He was eating what had to be his wife. His hands and arms were covered in blood. Collins took a step back in shock. The sound was his teeth scraping against her bones. Slowly, the man stopped his eating and looked up at Collins, blood dripping from chin. Small chunks of meat stuck to his cheeks.
"Sir, put your hands in the air."
The officer put his hands on his gun as the man started to get up.
"Sir, this is your last warning,"
he called out as the blood-covered man started moving towards him. He pulled out his gun and pointed it at the man.
"Last warning."
The man let out a moan before a bullet ripped through his heart, killing him within that shot. He fell to the ground next to his wife. Mackenzie ran over, his gun pulled out as well.
"You okay, Collins?"
"Yes. I think I killed him." They could hear the ambulance pull it up as Collins walked over and touched the guy's neck. "Dead." When Collins got on his feet and moved back, both of them stared at the scene before them. Jen was almost completely gone. Her body mostly eaten or ripped apart. It was almost hard to tell it was human besides the 2 feet that had not been touched. The officers looked at each other before leaving the scene. "We need a forensics team," Mackenzie called into his radio. "We have 2 dead bodies on the scene. Get the coroner out here as well." They were heading to the front busted door, where the paramedics were rushing up. The officers both shook their heads at them, and Mackenzie held up a hand. "Both are dead, and you do not want to go in there." The paramedics stopped dead and looked at them. "We really should check, though," one of them said. The officer's words seemed to shake her, but she knew she had to do her job. Collins walked down the stairs and bent over the garden as his guts spilled into the flowers. "Like I said, don't go in there. The less scars you get, the better," Mackenzie said, pulling a cigarette out as he moved out of the way. "Collins, grab the door opener when you're done, please." Collins gave him a thumbs up as he stood there, wiping his mouth. The paramedics headed back into their truck, getting their gear away. Mackenzie headed to the patrol car before he lit up his cigarette. He took out a long drag before he started to pull out the crime scene tape. This was not how he wanted to end his shift.
We have another attack on 77th Street, another on 42nd Avenue.
Called over the radio. The sunrise was a deep red, like the color of blood.
And with that, we're near the end of this 4-hour-long compilation, which is kind of crazy. There was enough on my channel to make this, and there's still more on my channel to make another, and then some, which is very bizarre to me some days. With all that being said, I'd like to thank the writers who let me read their stories, and the narrators who helped me bring these stories to life. I also wanted to say, as of May 14th of 2022, I have been narrating for 2 years, which is astounding, amazing, and crazy. And I just wanted to say thank you guys for listening and being here. Whether you're new or been here for a long time, thank you. Now, with all that being said, if you got this far, please hit that like button and make sure it feels it. It really helps. And a comment too would be amazing, because of course there's going to be no Sunday word. If you're new, well, subscribe and turn that pretty little bell to all notifications. If you'd like to help the channel /podcast, just sharing it with anyone seriously helps, more than you probably will ever know. But if you'd like to help in other ways, I do have a Patreon where for $1 a month you get early access to the audio, and for more you get other bonuses. I also have merch and PayPal. I'll never ever expect it, but it's always appreciated. You guys know that I just appreciate you watching and listening, and knowing that I'm not screaming out into a void, that someone's hearing the echo.
Sleep tight and don't let 42 bite.